Before we begin, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. There is something appropriate about marking this moment, about acknowledging that you have chosen to spend the next portion of your existence contemplating a question that should perhaps remain unasked. Which cosmic horror entity in H.P. Lovecraft's mythology possesses the greatest power, and why is it not Cthulhu, despite that entity's overwhelming cultural dominance? This investigation requires us to examine what power means when applied to beings that exist outside conventional reality, that operate according to principles our neurology never evolved to comprehend, that predate human consciousness by eons and will persist long after our extinction becomes a forgotten cosmic footnote. Lovecraft himself avoided systematic rankings, maintaining deliberate ambiguity about his entity's relative capabilities, yet his stories, his correspondence, and the collaborative mythology built by his circle contain sufficient evidence to construct hierarchies, even as those hierarchies threaten to domesticate what should remain forever alien. We will trace how these power structures emerge not through authorial decree, but through accumulated textual evidence, through comparative analysis of what entities accomplish versus what they simply are, through careful attention to the terminology Lovecraft deployed when describing cosmic scales that exceed human measurement. The irony cannot escape us. Attempting to rank cosmic entities by power represents precisely the kind of hubristic human categorization that Lovecraft's philosophy insists must fail. Yet the attempt itself reveals profound truths about how we process existential terror, how we seek control through comprehension, and why certain entities haunt our imagination more persistently than others despite, or perhaps because of, their relative position in hierarchies we can never fully perceive. Howard Phillips Lovecraft never intended to create a systematic pantheon with clear power hierarchies when he began writing weird fiction in the 1910s and 1920s, yet the entities that emerged from his fevered imagination and careful literary construction inevitably suggested relationships of subordination, dominance, and cosmic precedence that readers and scholars have spent decades attempting to decode. The mythology that bears his name developed organically through stories written primarily between 1917 and his death in 1937, during which period Lovecraft composed approximately 60 stories and collaborated extensively through correspondence with fellow writers who would add their own entities and interpretations to what became known as the Cthulhu mythos. This collaborative development meant that no single authoritative text established definitive rankings. No master document declared which entity surpassed which in cosmic potency, and contradictions between stories could be interpreted either as authorial inconsistency or as evidence that human attempts to comprehend cosmic hierarchy inevitably produce conflicting accounts. Lovecraft's personal philosophy, mechanistic materialism, combined with cosmic pessimism, shaped how he conceived power at scales exceeding human relevance, suggesting that the most powerful entities would be those most fundamental to reality's structure, rather than those most actively engaged with conscious purpose. His correspondence reveals a writer who consciously avoided over-systematizing his mythology, who recognized that cosmic horror's effectiveness depended on maintaining ambiguity about ultimate realities, and who understood that definitive answers about which entity ranked highest would diminish rather than enhance the philosophical dread his fiction sought to generate. The historical context of Lovecraft's creative period proves essential for understanding why power hierarchies emerged as they did, particularly the post-World War I cultural atmosphere in which industrial warfare had demonstrated that human conflict could achieve previously unimaginable scales of destruction and mechanization. The Great War had introduced concepts of total war, of technologies that killed indiscriminately across vast territories, of death reduced to statistical abstraction, and of human agency becoming nearly irrelevant within massive systems of organized violence that operated according to logics exceeding individual comprehension or control. Lovecraft, who lived through this period and absorbed its cultural trauma despite not serving militarily, translated these anxieties about scale and mechanization into cosmic terms, imagining entities whose power over humanity resembled humanity's newfound power over individual soldiers, casual, impersonal, overwhelming, and ultimately indifferent to the suffering produced. Simultaneously, scientific discoveries in astronomy and geology were revealing Earth's cosmic insignificance and humanity's temporal brevity, with Edwin Hubble's work in the 1920s demonstrating that galaxies existed far beyond the Milky Way and that the universe extended vastly further than previous generations had imagined. These revelations about cosmic scale directly influenced how Lovecraft conceived entity power, suggesting that the most powerful beings would operate at universal or trans-universal scales, where humanity registered not even as footnote, but as entirely beneath notice. The hierarchy that emerged from his stories thus reflects early 20th century anxieties about humanity's declining cosmic significance, about scales of power that exceed not merely human strength, but human categories of comprehension entirely. Lovecraft's reading habits and intellectual influences shaped his approach to depicting cosmic hierarchies in ways that distinguished his work from conventional supernatural fiction's simpler good versus evil conflicts. He had absorbed Lord Dunsany's fantasy writings, which featured distant gods who regarded humanity with bemused indifference rather than active concern, and these influenced Lovecraft's conception of entities so vast that human affairs registered only as minor disturbances if they registered at all. Edgar Allan Poe's cosmic scope in stories like Eureka demonstrated how horror could derive from contemplating reality's ultimate nature rather than merely from encountering specific monsters, while Robert W. Chambers's The King in Yellow showed how entities could operate through influence and madness rather than direct physical manifestation. Arthur Machen's work emphasized ancient powers surviving into modernity, suggesting that the most potent forces were also the oldest, having existed long before humanity and destined to persist long after human extinction. These influences combined in Lovecraft's fiction to produce entities whose power correlated not with their activity or their attention to humanity, but rather with their fundamentalness, how essential they were to reality's basic structure, how deeply they penetrated into cosmic architecture, how thoroughly they transcended the categories through which human consciousness organizes experience. This approach meant that the hierarchy emerging from his work would inevitably privilege passive, unconscious, or indifferent entities over active, purposeful ones, would position abstract cosmic principles above concrete manifestations, and would suggest that the truly supreme powers might be those that never appear in stories at all, because direct encounter with them would mean instant annihilation rather than the prolonged dread that narrative requires. The question of whether Lovecraft intended any systematic hierarchy at all remains contested among scholars, with evidence supporting both deliberate construction and accidental emergence through accumulated storytelling. His letters contain references to relationships between entities, Nyarlathotep as soul and messenger of the outer gods, Cthulhu as priest of the great old ones, Azathoth as daemon sultan at infinity's center, suggesting he maintained some conception of cosmic organization even while avoiding comprehensive systematization. Yet these references remain fragmentary, contradictory, and deliberately vague, never coalescing into definitive theological framework that would map all entities and their relative positions. This ambiguity served Lovecraft's philosophical and aesthetic purposes perfectly. Cosmic horror depends on uncertainty, on the recognition that human categories and hierarchies might be entirely inadequate for comprehending realities that exceed our cognitive architecture. By refusing to provide definitive power rankings, by maintaining contradictions between accounts, by describing some entities through effect rather than essence, Lovecraft preserved the essential mystery that makes cosmic horror philosophically disturbing rather than merely entertaining. The hierarchy we will examine in this investigation thus emerges not from authorial decree, but from careful analysis of textual evidence, from comparing what different entities accomplish and how they relate to each other, from attending to the language Lovecraft deployed when attempting to describe scales that language fundamentally cannot capture. We must recognize that this analytical approach itself violates cosmic horror's philosophical commitments, that ranking entities by power represents exactly the kind of human presumption that Lovecraft's fiction warns against, yet the attempt reveals profound truths about how cosmic horror functions and why certain entities achieved greater cultural persistence than others despite their actual position in power hierarchies that may ultimately exceed human capacity to accurately perceive. The relationship between authorial intent and reader interpretation becomes particularly complex when examining power hierarchies that Lovecraft himself seems to have avoided making explicit. His stories frequently reference entities without fully describing them, mention cosmic relationships without explaining them, and use terminology suggesting hierarchy without definitively establishing it. This technique of strategic vagueness maintains horror's effectiveness while inevitably inviting readers to construct the systematic frameworks that Lovecraft deliberately withheld. The collaborative nature of the mythos, with Robert E. Howard, Clark Ashton Smith, August Derleth, and others contributing entities and expanding relationships, further complicated any attempt at definitive ranking by introducing multiple authorial perspectives, each with different assumptions about cosmic organization and entity relationships. Some of these collaborators sought greater systematization than Lovecraft preferred, particularly Derleth, who imposed Christian-influenced dualism that divided entities into good elder gods versus evil outer gods, a framework that many Lovecraft scholars reject as contradicting cosmic horror's essential amorality. Yet even Derleth's contested editions reveal the persistent human impulse to organize and rank, to impose comprehensible structure on cosmic chaos, to create hierarchies that make navigating fictional universes easier even when those hierarchies undermine the philosophical content that made the fiction significant. As we examine the cultural and philosophical antecedents that shaped Lovecraft's conception of cosmic power, we will discover that his entities, despite their apparent originality, draw upon mythological and philosophical traditions extending back millennia, traditions that have always grappled with how to represent powers that exceed human scale while remaining somehow accessible to human imagination and narrative requirement. The cosmic hierarchies that emerged from Lovecraft's fiction did not materialize from creative vacuum, but rather drew upon millennia of human attempts to conceptualize and organize powers operating at scales exceeding individual comprehension or direct experience. Ancient cosmologies from Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and other civilizations consistently featured primordial chaos entities from which ordered reality emerged. Tiamat in Babylonian myth, Nun in Egyptian cosmology, Chaos in Hesiod's theogony, beings that represented not merely powerful gods, but rather the fundamental substrate from which even gods arose. These primordial forces typically occupied positions of ultimate precedence in their respective mythologies, acknowledged as more fundamental than the anthropomorphic deities who actually governed and interacted with human affairs, yet paradoxically less active and less relevant to daily religious practice, precisely because of their overwhelming primacy. Lovecraft absorbed these patterns through his extensive reading in comparative mythology and ancient history, recognizing that the most powerful entities in traditional cosmologies were often the most distant and indifferent, the least concerned with human worship or welfare. His innovation lay not in inventing the concept of tiered cosmic reality, but rather in divorcing it from any promise of divine benevolence or ultimate meaning, creating hierarchies that increased in power as they decreased in consciousness, purpose, or concern for lesser beings. This inversion of traditional religious comfort, where greater power typically meant greater wisdom and care, produced cosmic horror's distinctive dread, the recognition that reality's most fundamental forces might be not merely indifferent, but actively inimical to consciousness, order, and meaning itself. Gnostic Christianity and related mystical traditions provided particularly direct influence on Lovecraft's conception of cosmic hierarchy, despite his personal atheism and rejection of religious thought. Gnostic cosmologies posited multiple levels of reality, separated by barriers or thresholds, with the true God existing so far beyond material existence that intermediate beings, archons, aeons, the demiurge, must mediate between ultimate divinity and corrupt physical world. These systems featured explicit rankings of spiritual powers, with greater entities delegating responsibilities to lesser ones, creating chains of authority and influence that extended from incomprehensible transcendence down to tangible material reality. The demiurge, in many Gnostic systems, represented flawed or malevolent creator who fashioned physical universe while lacking the wisdom or benevolence of the true supreme God, a concept that maps remarkably well onto Lovecraft's vision of reality as cosmic accident or mistake rather than divinely ordered creation. While Gnostics typically offered salvation through gnosis, secret knowledge enabling escape from material prison, Lovecraft's cosmic horror inverts this promise, suggesting that forbidden knowledge destroys rather than liberates, that perceiving reality's true nature means recognizing humanity's absolute cosmic irrelevance. Yet the structural similarity remains striking. Both systems feature hierarchies where power increases with distance from human reality, where ultimate forces remain fundamentally inaccessible to direct human experience, and where intermediate beings serve as messengers or manifestations of powers too vast for direct encounter. Consider this carefully. Lovecraft essentially secularized Gnostic cosmology, maintaining its hierarchical structure while stripping away any promise of meaning, salvation, or escape, creating mythology where knowledge of cosmic hierarchy serves no protective or redemptive function, but merely confirms our helplessness before forces that cannot be propitiated, understood, or survived. Eastern philosophical traditions, particularly Hindu and Buddhist cosmologies, offered additional frameworks that shaped how Lovecraft conceived entities operating beyond Western moral and theological categories. Hindu mythology features entities like Brahman, the ultimate reality underlying all existence, that transcend personality, morality, and human comprehension entirely, existing as pure being or consciousness beyond attribute or limitation. The concept of Maya, the veil of illusion concealing reality's true nature, parallels cosmic horror's suggestion that comfortable everyday reality masks deeper truths too terrible for sustained contemplation. Buddhist philosophy's emphasis on impermanence, suffering, and the illusory nature of the self resonates with Lovecraft's vision of human consciousness as temporary aberration in cosmos, governed by entropy and eventual heat death. The cyclical nature of creation and destruction in Hindu cosmology, with universes emerging from and returning to Brahman across incomprehensible timespans, provided template for Lovecraft's own cosmic cycles, his suggestions of ages predating humanity and ages that will follow our extinction. While Lovecraft certainly did not embrace Eastern religious thought any more than Western traditions, his reading in comparative religion exposed him to cosmological frameworks that positioned ultimate power in forces beyond good and evil, beyond consciousness and purpose, beyond anything resembling human concerns or values. These traditions demonstrated that sophisticated religious and philosophical systems could conceive of supreme powers as fundamentally amoral, as operating according to principles that human moral frameworks simply did not apply to, a conception that freed Lovecraft to imagine cosmic hierarchies organized around fundamentalness and scope, rather than moral status or relationship to human welfare. The 19th century scientific revolution's implications for cosmic hierarchy proved equally significant in shaping Lovecraft's vision of entity power and its measurement. Darwinian evolution suggested that survival and adaptation, rather than moral superiority or divine favor, determined which organisms flourished, a principle Lovecraft extended to cosmic scales by imagining entities whose power derived from their successful adaptation to reality's true nature, rather than from any inherent righteousness or benevolence. The second law of thermodynamics, establishing entropy's inevitable increase and the universe's eventual heat death, provided scientific foundation for conceiving ultimate cosmic power as residing in forces of dissolution and chaos, rather than in principles of order and creation. Astronomical discoveries revealing the universe's vast age and scale demonstrated that human existence occupied infinitesimal fraction of cosmic history, suggesting that the most powerful entities would be those most ancient, those that had existed long before human consciousness emerged, and would continue existing long after its extinction. These scientific frameworks meant that power in Lovecraft's cosmology would correlate with age, with scope, with proximity to fundamental forces like entropy and chaos, and with indifference to or ignorance of human existence rather than with active concern for it. The most powerful entities would thus be those most alien to human comprehension, those operating at scales where human existence simply did not register as significant variable, those whose purposes, if purpose even applied to such beings, bore no relationship to anything humans could recognize as meaningful or comprehensible. This scientific materialism, combined with Lovecraft's pessimistic temperament, produced vision of cosmic hierarchy where power increased in direct proportion to distance from humanity, where the supreme entities were also the most indifferent, and where human attempts to navigate or comprehend such hierarchies represented futile exercises in applying inadequate frameworks to realities that exceeded those frameworks entirely. Schopenhauer's philosophy of the will as blind, purposeless force underlying all existence provided direct philosophical influence that shaped how Lovecraft conceived ultimate cosmic power. Schopenhauer argued that beneath the world of appearance and representation lay the will, not conscious purpose, but rather blind striving, endless desire without object or satisfaction, force without direction or meaning. This concept of reality's foundation as unconscious, purposeless drive maps perfectly onto Lovecraft's Azathoth, the blind idiot god at infinity's center, piped to endlessly by flutes, representing not conscious evil, but rather the mindless chaos from which all existence emerges and to which all existence must eventually return. Schopenhauer's pessimism, his argument that existence involves more suffering than satisfaction, and that consciousness represents burden rather than gift, resonates throughout Lovecraft's cosmic horror, which consistently suggests that awareness itself constitutes curse, and that entities fortunate enough to lack consciousness thereby escape the suffering that consciousness inevitably produces. Eduard von Hartmann's philosophy of the unconscious extended Schopenhauer's insights, arguing that ultimate reality consists of unconscious absolute that only accidentally generates consciousness, which remains forever alienated from its source and unable to comprehend the forces that produced it. These philosophical frameworks suggested that supreme power would reside not in conscious, purposeful entities, but rather in blind forces, in unconscious drives, in chaos that operates without intention or awareness. Lovecraft's hierarchy thus privileges entities like Azathoth, described as mindless, as demon sultan, as blind idiot god, over more conscious beings like Nyarlathotep, or even Cthulhu, suggesting that consciousness represents limitation rather than enhancement, that awareness constrains rather than empowers, and that the truly supreme cosmic powers might be those that lack everything humans consider valuable about existence, while possessing everything humans fear about the universe's ultimate nature. Medieval and Renaissance concepts of the great chain of being provided structural template that Lovecraft both utilized and corrupted when constructing his cosmic hierarchies. Traditional great chain theology posited ordered universe extending from God at the apex down through angels, humans, animals, plants, and minerals, with each level possessing its appropriate degree of perfection, consciousness, and proximity to divine source. This hierarchy provided comfort by establishing humanity's special position below angels but above beasts, created in God's image and destined for potential salvation, and by suggesting that cosmic order reflected divine wisdom and benevolence. Lovecraft retained the hierarchical structure while stripping away every element of comfort or meaning, creating cosmos organized by power and fundamentalness, but devoid of moral significance, divine care, or special human status. His entities form chains of subordination and delegation, Nyarlathotep as messenger of outer gods, Cthulhu as priest of great old ones, various spawn and servitors, answering to greater powers. Yet these relationships suggest not loving cosmic order, but rather mechanical hierarchy based on capacity, scope, and proximity to fundamental chaos. Where medieval theology promised that greater power meant greater goodness and that humanity possessed special dignity within cosmic order, Lovecraft's hierarchy suggests that power and consciousness exist in inverse relationship, that humanity occupies no special position except perhaps as temporary aberration destined for extinction, and that the cosmic order, if order even applies, reflects nothing resembling divine wisdom, but rather the blind operation of forces that predate meaning and purpose entirely. As we turn to examining the specific terminology and symbolic language through which Lovecraft attempted to convey these cosmic hierarchies, we discover that his choice of names, epithets, and descriptive phrases itself reveals the organizational principles operating beneath his mythology's surface, providing evidence for power relationships that explicit narrative rarely made definitive. The terminology Lovecraft deployed to categorize his cosmic entities reveals implicit hierarchies, even when explicit rankings remained absent, with distinctions between great old ones, outer gods, and other classifications suggesting different levels of cosmic significance, scope, and fundamentalness. The phrase, great old ones, appears throughout Lovecraft's mature work to describe entities like Cthulhu, beings of immense power and antiquity, but nevertheless bound to specific locations, subject to imprisonment, and dependent on particular cosmic conditions for full manifestation or activity. The term outer gods, by contrast, designates entities operating at universal or trans-universal scales. Azathoth, Yog-Sothoth, Nyarlathotep, Shub-Niggurath, beings that transcend spatial limitation, that exist coterminously with reality itself or outside reality entirely, that require no summoning because they are always already present in ways that localized entities are not. This terminological distinction suggests a two-tier system, at minimum, with outer gods occupying higher position by virtue of greater scope, freedom from imprisonment, and independence from limiting conditions that constrain even powerful great old ones. August Derleth later introduced elder gods as benevolent counterforce, opposing the outer gods, but most scholars reject this addition as contradicting Lovecraft's essential amorality and as imposing Christian dualism onto mythology that deliberately avoided moral categories. The question of whether these classifications represent genuine ontological differences or merely human attempts to organize entities that exceed categorization remains perpetually uncertain, yet the terminology itself performs crucial work in conveying that not all cosmic entities occupy equivalent positions, that hierarchies exist, even if their precise structure resists definitive mapping. We must recognize that the very act of naming and categorizing these entities represents human presumption, yet Lovecraft's careful attention to terminological distinctions suggests he intended readers to perceive relationships of subordination, delegation, and cosmic precedence, even while resisting comprehensive systematization that would domesticate what should remain forever alien and overwhelming. The names Lovecraft invented for his supreme entities contain etymological suggestions about their nature and relative power, though these suggestions frequently depend on sound and implication rather than systematic linguistic construction. Azathoth combines harsh, alien phonemes that resist smooth pronunciation with the Azath prefix suggesting perhaps Azoth, the alchemical term for ultimate substance or primordial matter, and the Oth suffix echoing Hebrew divine names like Sabaoth, while remaining distinctly other and wrong. The name conveys both ultimacy and wrongness, suggesting entity that occupies position equivalent to God in traditional theology, but possesses none of God's attributes, consciousness, benevolence, purpose, that make divinity comprehensible or comforting to human minds. Yog-Sothoth presents even stranger phonetic construction with its repeated O sounds and hard consonants, creating name that sounds both ancient and alien, neither quite pronounceable nor entirely impossible, existing in uncanny valley between familiar language and incomprehensible utterance. The name's structure, with Yog, perhaps suggesting yoga or union, Soth, possibly echoing Sothis, Sirius, or simply providing alien syllable, and Oth, again invoking divine naming conventions while subverting them, creates impression of entity that bridges or encompasses, that connects or contains, reflecting this being's nature as the key and the gate, as coterminous with all space and time. By contrast, Cthulhu explicitly cannot be properly pronounced by human vocal apparatus, with the written form representing only approximation of sounds that require non-human throat structures to articulate correctly. This unpronounceability marks Cthulhu as genuinely alien, yet the entity's status as merely priest of the great old ones suggests that unpronounceability alone does not determine supreme power, that there exist entities even more fundamental than those whose names exceed human linguistic capacity. The epithets and titles accompanying entity names provide crucial evidence about power relationships and cosmic hierarchies that direct descriptions often avoid making explicit. Azathoth receives titles like Demon Sultan, Nuclear Chaos, Blind Idiot God, and Lord of All Things, with each phrase suggesting different aspect of its supremacy, while collectively establishing this entity's position at or near the hierarchy's apex. Demon Sultan implies rulership over other entities, suggesting that even cosmic beings recognize Azathoth's precedence, while Nuclear Chaos positions it as fundamental reality from which all else emerges as the chaotic substrate underlying ordered existence. Blind Idiot God proves particularly significant, indicating that supreme power correlates not with consciousness, wisdom, or purpose, but rather with their complete absence, that the most fundamental cosmic force is also the most mindless and purposeless. Yog-Sothoth's epithets, the key and the gate, the all-in-one and one-in-all, that which knows the gate, emphasize omnipresence and omniscience rather than active rulership, suggesting power through being rather than through acting, through existing coterminously with all reality rather than governing it from external position. Nyarlathotep receives titles like Crawling Chaos, Mighty Messenger, and Soul and Messenger of the Outer Gods, with this last phrase explicitly subordinating it to other entities while simultaneously acknowledging its unique role as the only outer god that actively engages with lesser beings and human consciousness. Cthulhu's description as priest of the great old ones immediately establishes its subordinate position. priests serve gods rather than being gods themselves. Yet even priestly status among cosmic entities suggests power vastly exceeding anything humans might resist or comprehend. These titles and epithets thus construct implicit hierarchy through accumulation and relationship, with each entity's position determined partly by what it is called and partly by how those names relate to names given to other entities within the same mythological system. Size descriptions and spatial relationships provide another layer of evidence about entity power levels, though cosmic horrors philosophy complicates any simple correlation between physical magnitude and actual capability or significance. Lovecraft describes Cthulhu in terms humans can roughly visualize: a mountain walked or stumbled, with specific though grotesque anatomical features, including head with tentacles, wings, and roughly anthropoid body structure, suggesting that this entity, however vast and alien, nevertheless occupies space in ways that permit human perception and description. Yog-Sothoth, by contrast, appears as congeries of iridescent globes that exist simultaneously across all space and time, with no fixed location and no stable form, transcending spatial limitation entirely, rather than merely occupying vast amount of space. Azathoth exists at the center of infinity, a phrase that defies spatial logic, since infinity has no center, suggesting that this entity occupies position outside or prior to spatial categories altogether, that it exists in relationship to space itself, rather than within space, as Cthulhu does. Shub-Niggurath gets described through epithets: the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, that suggest both specific location, woods, and infinite proliferation, 1,000 young, occupying ambiguous position between localized entity and universal principle. These spatial descriptions reveal that cosmic power in Lovecraft's mythology correlates with transcendence of spatial limitation, with entities occupying higher positions in hierarchy as they move from inhabiting specific locations to pervading all locations to existing outside location entirely. The most powerful entities cannot be said to exist somewhere, because they exist everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, their being coterminous with reality itself, rather than contained within reality as local phenomenon. This creates paradox for narrative representation. The most powerful entities resist description precisely because describing them would require positioning them somewhere, attributing to them spatial relationships that their actual nature transcends, reducing them from cosmic principles to merely very large monsters. Temporal markers embedded in entity descriptions similarly reveal power hierarchies through suggestions about age, duration, and relationship to time itself as dimension or constraint. The repeated emphasis on entities being elder, ancient, primordial, or before time establishes age as crucial power indicator, with the oldest beings occupying highest positions through sheer precedence and survival across unimaginable spans. Cthulhu is ancient, having existed on Earth millions of years before humanity evolved, yet remains bound by time in sense that it must wait for when the stars are right to fully manifest, that it experiences something like temporal sequence, even if its lifespan exceeds human comprehension. Yog-Sothoth knows the gate and exists beyond the spheres, suggesting existence outside normal temporal flow, simultaneous presence across all moments rather than progression through time. Azathoth occupies position even more removed from temporal limitation, existing at origin point from which time itself might be said to emerge, at center that precedes and generates the temporal dimension rather than existing within it. The phrase, "that is not dead, which can eternal lie," applies to various entities, but particularly to Cthulhu, indicating immortality that nevertheless remains distinct from truly timeless existence. Cthulhu endures across time rather than transcending time entirely, waits rather than simply being across all moments simultaneously. These temporal markers construct hierarchy where power correlates with independence from time as constraint, with the most powerful entities existing not merely for long duration, but outside duration altogether, unaffected by temporal sequence or limitation that affects even extremely ancient and long-lived beings like the great old ones. The language of imprisonment versus freedom provides perhaps the clearest evidence for power hierarchies within Lovecraft's mythology, distinguishing between entities that can be bound, banished, or constrained, and those that exist beyond any possibility of limitation or control. Cthulhu lies dead but dreaming in Arlia, imprisoned by some combination of cosmic circumstance and possible deliberate binding, unable to fully manifest until specific astronomical conditions align, representing entity of immense power that nevertheless remains subject to limitation. The older things could be destroyed or driven to extinction. The Shoggoths could be created and temporarily controlled. Various other entities could be summoned and potentially banished through proper ritual procedures, all suggesting that even very powerful beings remain subject to forces or conditions that constrain their activity. The great old ones as category seem to share this characteristic of being bindable or imprisonable, perhaps explaining their collective name. They are old because they are ancient, but they are merely great rather than supreme, powerful within certain contexts, but not omnipotent or unlimited. The outer gods, by contrast, cannot be imprisoned because they do not occupy locations that could contain them, cannot be banished because they exist everywhere simultaneously, or outside spatial categories entirely, cannot be controlled through ritual because they transcend the structures that make magical compulsion possible. Azathoth cannot be bound because binding requires that something exist in specific place rather than at the foundation of all places. Yog-Sothoth cannot be controlled because it is the gate through which control itself must operate. Nyarlathotep's many forms mean that destroying or constraining one manifestation leaves infinite others unaffected. This distinction between entities that can theoretically be resisted, if only through avoidance or postponement, and entities that pervade reality so thoroughly that no escape or resistance is possible, establishes the fundamental division between great old ones and outer gods, between local powers, however vast, and truly cosmic principles that admit no limitation. As we examine how Lovecraft constructed narrative authenticity around these power hierarchies, we discover that the mythology's effectiveness depends precisely on maintaining ambiguity about precise rankings, while nevertheless conveying through accumulated evidence and careful terminology that hierarchies exist, that not all cosmic horrors occupy equivalent positions, and that understanding these distinctions, even imperfectly, proves crucial for comprehending what cosmic horror actually means and why certain entities haunt human imagination more persistently than others. Lovecraft's technique for establishing power hierarchies relied less on explicit declaration than on careful accumulation of cross-referenced evidence scattered across multiple stories, letters, and collaborative works, creating impression that these hierarchies existed independently of any individual text and could be discovered through diligent research rather than simply accepted on authority. The Necronomicon, that fictional grimoire attributed to the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, served as crucial authentication device by providing supposed scholarly source for cosmic hierarchy that characters could consult, debate, and interpret. References to the Necronomicon across different stories by different authors created illusion of genuine ancient text that predated Lovecraft's fiction and documented cosmic realities that his stories merely illustrated through specific incidents and encounters. When one story mentioned Azathoth's position at Infinity Center and another referenced Yog-Sothoth's role as gate and key, and both claimed to draw information from the same ancient source, readers naturally synthesized these fragments into coherent hierarchy, performing exactly the kind of forbidden research that cosmic horror warned would attract dangerous attention. This method of distributed revelation meant that no single story needed to provide comprehensive power ranking, that contradictions between accounts could be attributed to incomplete knowledge or translator error rather than authorial inconsistency, and that the mythology gained depth through apparent age and multiple witness testimony. We must recognize this technique as brilliantly manipulative. By making readers assemble evidence from scattered sources, Lovecraft transformed passive consumption into active investigation, making audiences complicit in constructing hierarchies that they then experienced as discoveries rather than inventions. The fragmentary nature of information about entity power levels throughout Lovecraft's stories mirrors how actual ancient knowledge survives, through incomplete texts, contradictory accounts, and references to sources now lost or inaccessible. When characters in The Call of Cthulhu piece together information from newspaper clippings, police reports, academic papers, and degenerate cult testimonies, they model the research process that readers themselves must perform to understand Lovecraft's cosmic hierarchy. The story never definitively states Cthulhu's power level relative to other entities, but accumulated evidence, cult chants calling it Great Priest, references to it, waiting for something, its vulnerability to being rammed by a boat despite quickly regenerating, suggests significant power constrained by limitations that presumably would not apply to truly supreme entities. Similarly, the Dunwich Horror provides information about Yog-Sothoth through Wilbur Whateley's theological ravings, through the torn pages of ancient books, through the monstrous offspring's capabilities, but never through comprehensive explanation that would resolve all questions about this entity's nature or position. This fragmentary revelation creates authenticity through incompleteness, suggesting that full knowledge remains forever inaccessible, and that human understanding of cosmic hierarchies will always remain partial, contested, and potentially dangerously misleading. The technique also permits multiple interpretations to coexist without resolution, allowing readers to debate entity power levels while acknowledging that definitive answers may not exist within or outside the texts themselves. Cross-story references created web of apparent corroboration that strengthened claims about entity hierarchies while maintaining essential ambiguity about precise relationships and rankings. When The Dreams in the Witch House mentions Azathoth and references the same cosmic geography that appeared in The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, readers perceive consistent underlying mythology rather than disconnected individual stories. When Robert Bloch's stories referenced entities that Lovecraft had created, and Lovecraft in turn incorporated Bloch's inventions into his own work, the resulting cross-pollination suggested that these entities existed independently of any single author's imagination. Clark Ashton Smith's contributions, particularly regarding entities like Tsatogwa, added depth to the mythology while introducing questions about how Smith's cosmology related to Lovecraft's, whether entities from different cycles or pantheons could be meaningfully compared, and what it meant when an entity from one author's work appeared in another author's story with potentially different characteristics or power levels. This collaborative expansion inevitably complicated any systematic hierarchy, introducing contradictions that purists might view as problems, but that can alternatively be understood as reflecting how actual mythological systems develop, through accumulation, reinterpretation, regional variation, and theological dispute that never achieves final resolution. The resulting mythology feels more authentic precisely because it resists perfect systematization, because questions remain unresolved, because different sources provide incompatible accounts that must be reconciled through interpretation rather than simply accepted as consistent doctrine. Lovecraft's correspondence with fellow writers provides crucial evidence about his intentions regarding entity hierarchies, revealing that he maintained some organizational framework, even while resisting comprehensive systematization that would undermine cosmic horror's essential ambiguity. Letters to August Derleth, Robert Bloch, Clark Ashton Smith, and others contain discussions of how entities relate to each other, which beings serve or oppose which others, and what principles organize cosmic reality in his fictional universe. These letters demonstrate that Lovecraft thought carefully about relationships between entities, even when he deliberately avoided making those relationships explicit in published stories. For example, his description of Nyarlathotep as soul and messenger of the outer gods clearly establishes this entity's subordinate relationship to Azathoth and possibly Yog-Sothoth. Yet this phrase appears in letters and marginal references rather than through comprehensive exposition that would definitively map all relationships. Similarly, describing Cthulhu as priest of the great old ones suggests hierarchical structure within that category, with Cthulhu serving entities greater than itself, even while vastly exceeding human scale or comprehension. The correspondence reveals writer who understood that cosmic horror's effectiveness depended on maintaining mystery about ultimate realities while providing sufficient structure that readers could perceive organization beneath surface chaos. This balance, enough information to suggest hierarchy, insufficient information to definitively establish it, characterizes Lovecraft's approach throughout his mature work and distinguishes his cosmic horror from both conventional supernatural fiction's simpler conflicts and pure surrealism's complete abandonment of comprehensible structure. The genealogical relationships between entities provided another method for suggesting power hierarchies without explicitly ranking them, with spawn, children, and servitors necessarily occupying positions subordinate to their progenitors or masters. Cthulhu's spawn, the star spawn that accompanied it to Earth from distant stars, possess considerable power, but clearly rank below their parent or master entity in cosmic hierarchy. The deep ones, despite their significant presence in multiple stories, serve Cthulhu or other great old ones rather than operating as independent cosmic powers. their subordinate position established through worship and service rather than through direct power comparison. Shub-Niggurath's epithet, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, explicitly establishes this entity as progenitor of multitudes, with those offspring necessarily ranking below their source, even if they themselves possess power exceeding human comprehension. The Shoggoths, created by the elder things as slave labor, occupy clear position of subordination to their creators, though their eventual rebellion and their creator's decline complicates simple hierarchical assumptions based purely on generation or origin. These genealogical relationships suggest that cosmic hierarchy operates partly through descent and creation, with entities that generate or spawn others occupying higher positions by virtue of precedence and generative capacity. Yet this principle creates complications when entities breed with humans, as Yog-Sothoth apparently did to produce Wilbur Whately and his brother, raising questions about whether capacity to breed with lower beings indicates limitation or simply demonstrates scope of power that extends even to such debased interactions. The strategic gaps and deliberate silences in Lovecraft's mythology serve crucial authentication function by suggesting that complete knowledge exceeds human capacity, or perhaps exists, but remains inaccessible through loss, suppression, or protective limitation. Entities mentioned only briefly or referenced obliquely gain power through absence, becoming more rather than less significant through their incomplete revelation. The demon sultan Azathoth receives remarkably little direct description across Lovecraft's entire body of work, appearing primarily through reference and rumor, through cultist testimony and fragmentary ancient texts. Yet this very absence strengthens rather than diminishes its claim to supreme position in cosmic hierarchy. If Azathoth were comprehensively described, definitely characterized, fully explained, it would necessarily become more comprehensible and therefore less cosmically horrifying, less truly representative of reality's ultimate nature. The same principle applies throughout the mythology. The most powerful entities receive the least direct description. The highest positions in hierarchy get established through implication and oblique reference rather than through explicit statement. This technique acknowledges what cosmic horror's philosophy insists, that human consciousness cannot fully perceive or comprehend supreme powers, that our knowledge of cosmic hierarchies must remain forever incomplete, and that attempting comprehensive understanding represents the kind of overreaching that cosmic horror warns against. The mythology thus becomes more effective precisely through its refusal to provide definitive answers about which entity ranks highest, whether Azathoth or Yog-Sothoth occupies supreme position, and what principles ultimately organize cosmic reality. As we turn to examining the philosophical concepts underlying these power structures, we discover that the question of how to measure cosmic power proves inseparable from larger questions about consciousness and unconsciousness, activity and passivity, fundamentalness and manifestation, questions that Lovecraft's fiction raises without resolving, and that subsequent interpreters continue debating without achieving consensus that would definitively establish hierarchies that may ultimately exceed human capacity to accurately perceive or meaningfully rank. Defining power in the context of cosmic horror requires abandoning conventional frameworks that equate strength with capacity for action, influence with conscious intention, or supremacy with active dominion over subordinates. Power at cosmic scales operates according to principles fundamentally alien to human categories, measured not through what entities can do, but through what they are, not through their capacity to affect lesser beings, but through their proximity to reality's foundational structures. The most powerful entity in Lovecraft's mythology would thus be whichever being exists most fundamentally, whichever consciousness or absence thereof most thoroughly pervades existence, whichever force operates most essentially within or as the substrate from which all else emerges. This philosophical reframing means that active, purposeful entities like Nyarlathotep might paradoxically possess less power than passive, mindless ones like Azathoth, that consciousness might represent limitation rather than enhancement, and that entities capable of being perceived, contacted, or influenced by lesser beings necessarily rank below those two fundamental for such interactions. Traditional theology positions God as supreme precisely through attributes like omniscience, omnipotence, and omnibenevolence, consciousness and purpose elevated to infinite degree. But Lovecraft's cosmic horror inverts this entirely, suggesting that supreme power correlates with unconsciousness, purposelessness, and absolute indifference to or ignorance of lesser existence. This creates profoundly disturbing hierarchy, where climbing toward ultimate reality means moving away from everything humans value about consciousness and toward blind, chaotic forces that generate existence accidentally while remaining forever unaware of what they have created. The hierarchy principle emerging from Lovecraft's work suggests that power correlates directly with proximity to ultimate reality or primordial chaos, with entities occupying higher positions as they approach the foundational substrate from which ordered existence derives. Azathoth's position at the center of infinity places it at, or as the origin point, the nuclear chaos from which space, time, and all subsequent entities emerge. Yog-Sothoth's coterminous existence with all space-time positions, it as perhaps identical with dimensional structure itself, rather than merely inhabiting that structure. The great old ones, despite their immense individual power, exist within reality rather than as reality, occupying locations rather than pervading all locations, subject to conditions and limitations that entities closer to fundamental chaos transcend entirely. This graduated distance from primordial source creates hierarchy, where each level possesses significant power over levels further removed from origin, while remaining subordinate to levels closer to foundational chaos. The principle suggests that ultimate power resides not in beings that impose order on chaos, but in chaos itself, not in entities that shape reality according to purpose, but in purposeless forces that accidentally generate reality as byproduct. Consider this carefully. If true power correlates with fundamentalness rather than with capacity for deliberate action, then humanity's remoteness from cosmic foundations actually protects us through insignificance, our consciousness and purpose marking us as maximally removed from supreme powers that operate through blind, unconscious processes we can neither comprehend nor meaningfully resist. The question of whether consciousness increases or decreases cosmic power proves central to establishing hierarchies within Lovecraft's mythology and reveals the philosophical commitments distinguishing cosmic horror from traditional supernatural fiction. Azathoth receives the epithet blind idiot god, explicitly lacking awareness, intelligence, or purpose, yet occupies position as demon sultan, as nuclear chaos at reality's center. Yog-Sothoth, knows the gate and knows all, suggesting omniscience. Yet this knowledge appears passive rather than purposeful, existing coterminously with all information without necessarily processing it through anything resembling consciousness. Nyarlathotep alone among supreme entities possesses clear consciousness and purpose, actively seeking contact with lesser beings and pursuing comprehensible, immediate objectives, yet its explicit designation as soul and messenger subordinates it to entities that apparently lack consciousness entirely. This pattern suggests that consciousness represents specialization or limitation rather than enhancement of power, that awareness confines entity to particular perspective or purpose, while unconscious forces operate more fundamentally and universally. The implications prove profoundly pessimistic. If supreme power resides in mindless chaos rather than in conscious intelligence, then reality's ultimate nature offers no comfort, no meaning, no possibility that greater powers might care about or protect consciousness that emerges accidentally from their blind operations. Humanity's consciousness, rather than connecting us to cosmic powers or enabling us to comprehend universal truths, instead marks us as aberration, as temporary local increase in order destined for dissolution back into chaos that never noticed our emergence and will not notice our extinction. The distinction between imprisoned and free entities provides crucial evidence for power hierarchies while raising philosophical questions about whether constraint indicates weakness or merely temporary circumstance. Cthulhu lies imprisoned in Rulia, dead but dreaming, unable to fully manifest until astronomic conditions align correctly, suggesting that even entities of immense power can be bound by cosmic laws, spatial configurations, or deliberate magical constraint. The phrase, "when the stars are right," indicates that Cthulhu's full manifestation depends on external conditions beyond its control, marking it as powerful but nevertheless subject to limitations that presumably would not affect truly supreme entities. Other great old ones similarly appear bound to locations, constrained by circumstances, or dependent on summoning rituals that suggest they cannot freely manifest whenever or wherever they choose. The outer gods, by contrast, cannot meaningfully be imprisoned because they do not occupy locations that could contain them. Azathoth exists at infinity's center, which is everywhere and nowhere. Yog-Sothoth is coterminous with all space-time, thus already present at every location and moment. Nyarlathotep manifests through countless avatars simultaneously, making containment of any single form irrelevant. This distinction establishes fundamental division between great old ones and outer gods, between entities subject to constraint and entities that transcend possibility of limitation. Yet the question remains whether bound entities possess inherently less power or merely suffer temporary circumstance, whether Cthulhu's imprisonment reflects cosmic weakness or simply unfortunate timing, whether freedom from constraint accurately measures fundamental power or merely indicates different relationship to spatial and temporal limitations that all entities within reality must navigate. Temporal power and the relationship entities maintain with time as dimension or constraint provides another axis for measuring cosmic hierarchy and determining relative supremacy. Cthulhu endures across millions of years, having existed on Earth long before humanity evolved, yet remains bound within temporal sequence, waiting for a specific moment when conditions permit full manifestation. This waiting indicates subjection to time, experience of temporal progression from past through present toward future, suggesting that however ancient Cthulhu might be, it nevertheless exists within time, rather than transcending temporal limitation entirely. Yog-Sothoth's description as existing beyond the spheres and knowing all time simultaneously suggests existence outside temporal sequence, presence across all moments, rather than progression through them, coterminous with time itself, rather than subject to it. Azathoth's position at infinity's center places it potentially prior to or generative of time, existing not across all moments, but as source from which temporal dimension itself emerges. These distinctions suggest hierarchy, where truly supreme entities exist outside or before time, possessing what might be called eternal present rather than mere longevity, while lesser entities, however ancient, remain subject to temporal progression and therefore to the possibility of change, development, or eventual cessation that pure temporal existence implies. The phrase, "that is not dead, which can eternal lie," describes entities that endure indefinitely within time, surviving across eons in states that transcend conventional life and death. Yet this eternal lying remains distinct from genuinely timeless existence, suggesting these entities possess extreme longevity rather than true independence from temporal constraint. Power thus correlates with temporal transcendence, with entities ranking higher as they move from existing for a long time to existing across all time simultaneously, to existing outside or before time entirely. The final philosophical consideration concerns active versus passive power, and whether greater cosmological significance attaches to entities that deliberately act or to those that simply are, existing as fundamental realities that lesser beings must navigate, regardless of whether supreme powers notice or respond to that navigation. Nyarlathotep actively seeks contact with lesser beings, pursues objectives, manipulates circumstances, demonstrating what humans typically recognize as power through capacity for intentional action and influence. Yet this very activity suggests specialization, indicates that this entity possesses particular function or purpose within larger cosmic structure, implying subordination to forces or entities that determine overall framework within which such activity occurs. Azathoth, by contrast, never acts deliberately, pursues no objectives, influences nothing through conscious intention, yet exists as nuclear chaos from which all else derives, as blind force whose mindless bubbling somehow generates and sustains reality. This passive power, power through being rather than through doing, suggests fundamentalness that active power cannot match, indicates position so thoroughly foundational that deliberate action becomes unnecessary or impossible. The hierarchy implied by this distinction proves deeply unsettling. It suggests that reality's supreme power lies not in entities that might potentially notice, communicate with, or be influenced by lesser beings, but rather in blind forces that generate existence accidentally, while remaining forever unaware of their creation and forever immune to any petition, prayer, or magical compulsion that conscious beings might direct toward them. As we examine the specific entities occupying various positions in this hierarchy, we discover that philosophical principles about power's nature directly determine which beings rank highest and why Cthulhu, despite overwhelming cultural prominence, cannot occupy supreme position in cosmology that prizes unconscious fundamentalness over conscious purpose. The supreme tier of Lovecraft's cosmic hierarchy consists of entities or forces so fundamental to reality's structure that they transcend categories like being or creature entirely, operating instead as principles, substrates, or ontological foundations from which lesser existence emerges. Azathoth occupies the most frequently cited position as ultimate entity, described across multiple stories and letters as Demon Sultan, Nuclear Chaos, and Blind Idiot God, dwelling at the center of infinity, piped to endlessly by flutes played by mindless dancers in cosmic court that somehow maintains this entity's slumber or quiescence. The descriptions emphasize Azathoth's complete lack of consciousness, purpose, or awareness. It does not rule in any meaningful sense, despite the title Demon Sultan, does not create deliberately despite apparently serving as source from which reality derives, and does not notice or respond to anything occurring within existence it has accidentally generated. This unconscious ultimacy positions Azathoth as cosmic horror's answer to traditional theology's God, where divine omnipotence typically combines with omniscience and benevolence. Azathoth's supremacy couples with complete mindlessness and absolute indifference. The entity represents pure chaotic potentiality, blind force that bubbles and blasphemes without meaning or intention, whose very existence undermines any comfort humanity might derive from believing consciousness possesses cosmic significance. If the most powerful entity in reality lacks awareness entirely, then consciousness represents local aberration rather than universal principle, temporary phenomenon rather than fundamental feature of existence. Yog-Sothoth presents the primary competitor for supreme position, described in The Dunwich Horror and elsewhere through phrases that suggest omnipresence and omniscience, potentially exceeding even Azathoth's foundational chaos. The entity exists beyond the spheres, coterminous with all space and time simultaneously, with the famous incantation declaring, Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key and guardian of the gate. This paradoxical identity, simultaneously knowing, being, and guarding the threshold between dimensions or states of reality, suggests entity that exists as fundamental structure rather than merely within that structure, where Azathoth occupies center. However paradoxical that positioning, Yog-Sothoth pervades entirety, present at all locations and all moments, existing as dimensional framework itself, rather than entity confined by dimensions. The question of whether being coterminous with all space-time represents greater or lesser power than existing at origin point from which space-time emerges remains deliberately unresolved. Yog-Sothoth's apparent consciousness, it knows, might indicate greater power through awareness or lesser power through specialization and limitation compared to Azathoth's pure unconscious chaos. The entity's capacity to breed with humans, producing Wilbur Whateley, and his monstrous twin, suggests some form of interaction with lower beings that might indicate accessibility absent in truly supreme powers. Yet this breeding might alternatively demonstrate scope so vast it extends even to such degraded contacts, power so complete it can manifest at scales from cosmic to biological without diminishing its fundamental nature. Nyarlathotep occupies unique position among outer gods as the sole entity combining cosmic scope with active consciousness and deliberate engagement with lesser beings, explicitly designated as soul and messenger of the outer gods in Lovecraft's correspondence and scattered textual references. This entity manifests through countless forms: the crawling chaos, the haunter of the dark, the black pharaoh, human-seeming charlatans demonstrating impossible physics, suggesting power to adopt whatever appearance serves immediate purposes while maintaining essential unity beneath proliferating masks. The messenger designation establishes clear subordination to other outer gods, particularly Azathoth, positioning Nyarlathotep as intermediary rather than supreme power, as active agent serving or expressing blind forces that cannot themselves act purposefully. Yet this subordination, through specialization, might paradoxically indicate greater effective power in certain contexts. Nyarlathotep can walk through doors, speak in languages, pursue specific individuals across time and space, accomplishing targeted effects that Azathoth's diffuse chaos or Yog-Sothoth's universal presence cannot achieve. The entity functions as cosmic horror's operating system, translating incomprehensible ultimate realities into forms that permit narrative engagement while never fully revealing or representing powers it serves. Whether this makes Nyarlathotep more or less powerful than entities it represents remains contested, with arguments supporting both positions. Less powerful because explicitly subordinate and functional rather than fundamental. More powerful because consciousness and purpose enable deliberate action impossible for mindless or purely structural forces. The question mirrors broader philosophical debates about whether power resides in foundational principles or in agents capable of purposeful manipulation. Shub-Niggurath receives less textual development than other outer gods, but accumulates significant implied power through epithet, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, suggesting entity whose fecundity and generative capacity operate at cosmic scales. This being apparently generates offspring continuously, spawning entities across dimensions and worlds, functioning as fertility principle, divorced from any nurturing care or maternal concern for what it produces. The proliferation of spawn suggests power through reproduction and dissemination, capacity to fill reality with extensions or reflections of itself, contrasting with Azathoth's singular chaotic centrality or Yog-Sothoth's universal structural presence. Whether generative capacity indicates position equivalent to Azathoth and Yog-Sothoth or subordinate tier remains unclear from available texts, with arguments supporting both interpretations based on whether one privileges foundational existence or active proliferation as primary power indicator. The woods as location for this entity's manifestation might suggest constraint absent in truly supreme powers, or might indicate that Shub-Niggurath pervades certain regions or dimensions, while other outer gods occupy different cosmic niches. The 1,000 young establish hierarchical relationship automatically. Spawn cannot equal progenitor, yet their vast numbers and distribution mean Shub-Niggurath's influence extends through multitude, where other entities operate through singularity, trading concentrated power for distributed presence. The great old ones occupy clearly subordinate position to outer gods, but possess sufficient power to distinguish them dramatically from lesser entities like servitor races or minor horrors. Cthulhu serves as this category's most developed example, receiving extensive description in the story, bearing its name, and appearing through reference in multiple other works. The entity combines immense physical power, described as mountain-sized, capable of regenerating from apparent destruction, able to influence dreams globally, with clear limitations that prevent it from occupying truly supreme position in cosmic hierarchy. Its imprisonment in sunken Rolia, its dependence on astronomical alignment for full manifestation, and its explicit designation as priest of the great old ones all indicate subordination, constraint, and specialization rather than ultimate power. The famous phrase, Funglui Mugluanaf, Cthulhu, Rulia Ugahnagel Vtagen, in his house at Rulia, dead Cthulhu, waits dreaming, establishes this entity's bound condition. It's waiting for external circumstances rather than acting independently whenever it chooses. Yet even imprisoned and constrained, Cthulhu exceeds human scale, so dramatically that direct encounter means death or madness, that its dream sendings affect minds globally, that civilizations rise and fall according to whether it stirs in its sleep. The entity occupies positions simultaneously subordinate to supreme powers and utterly overwhelming to humanity, demonstrating that cosmic hierarchy contains vast ranges where beings might rank far below ultimate reality, while nevertheless transcending anything humans could meaningfully resist. Lesser entities fill ecological niches across Lovecraft's cosmic hierarchy, from species possessing intelligence and power like the Elder Things, Migo, and Deep Ones, to servitor creatures like Shoggoths and Nightgaunts, down to mere spawn that possess only instinctive drives despite their often horrifying physical characteristics. The Elder Things demonstrate that even entities capable of creating life, building civilizations, and traveling between stars nevertheless rank far below cosmic powers, subject to time's ravages, vulnerable to rebellion from their own creations, capable of being driven to extinction through environmental catastrophe and warfare with rival species. The very comprehensibility they built cities, conducted science, experienced aesthetic appreciation, marks them as closer to humanity than to supreme powers, despite vastly exceeding human capabilities. The Migo similarly occupy ambiguous position, technologically sophisticated enough to travel between worlds and conduct experiments transcending human science, yet operating as species with apparent goals, limitations, and vulnerabilities rather than as cosmic principles. Deep Ones serve greater powers, worship Cthulhu and Dagon, indicating clear hierarchical subordination while themselves exceeding humanity sufficiently to constitute existential threat to coastal communities. These gradations demonstrate that cosmic hierarchy extends across multiple levels, that vast power differences separate entities, all of which nevertheless rank below truly supreme forces, and that even beings capable of destroying human civilization entirely occupy relatively low positions when measured against ultimate cosmic realities that generated reality itself and will persist through its eventual heat death. The frequency and nature of human contact with cosmic entities correlates inversely with those entities' position in power hierarchies, creating pattern where the most powerful beings remain most distant from human experience, while lesser entities engage regularly and sometimes sustainably with human consciousness. Cthulhu influences humanity primarily through dreams, sending visions and compulsions to artists, sensitives, and those whose minds somehow achieve receptivity to transmissions originating from Arceus' sunken depths. These dream contacts prove disturbing and often maddening, but remain survivable, with recipients continuing to function, however traumatically affected, rather than experiencing immediate psychological dissolution. The Deep Ones interact with humans extensively through The hybrid breeding programs in places like Innsmouth, producing offspring that gradually transform from human to ichthytic form, demonstrating sustained biological and cultural contact impossible with truly supreme entities. Nyarlathotep appears directly to humans in various avatars, walks among crowds, delivers lectures on impossible physics, presides over witch Sabbaths, engaging face-to-face in ways that Yog-Sothoth never does and Azathoth cannot conceivably do. This accessibility gradient reveals profound principle. Entities capable of meaningful human interaction necessarily occupy positions sufficiently removed from ultimate reality that contact does not immediately annihilate human consciousness, while supreme powers exist so fundamentally that perceiving them directly, if such perception were possible, would mean instantaneous cognitive collapse rather than the prolonged horror that narrative requires. The lower an entity ranks in cosmic hierarchy, the more extensively humans can study, contact, worship, and potentially resist it, while the highest powers remain forever beyond not merely human influence, but human experience entirely. The attention gradient operates according to similar principles, with lesser entities noticing and sometimes taking interest in humanity, while supreme powers remain utterly indifferent to or ignorant of human existence, regardless of what rituals, sacrifices, or invocations we perform. Cthulhu's dreams reach human minds, suggesting at minimum that this entity's unconscious processes somehow register human existence as phenomenon worth influencing, even if that influence serves purposes entirely divorced from human welfare or comprehension. The cult in The Call of Cthulhu believes their worship matters to their god, that their chants and ceremonies serve Cthulhu's objectives, indicating relationship where human activity registers as relevant, even if humans fundamentally misunderstand the nature of that relevance. Lesser entities, like the Deep Ones, actively cultivate human worshippers, breed with human populations, and pursue objectives that directly involve humanity as instrumental component rather than irrelevant bystander. Nyarlathotep explicitly seeks human contact, appears to derive something, sustenance, entertainment, satisfaction, from manipulating human consciousness and observing humanity's response to cosmic revelations beyond our capacity to safely process. By contrast, Azathoth never notices humanity at all, its blind, bubbling proceeding entirely without reference to or awareness of anything occurring within the reality it accidentally generates and sustains. Yog-Sothoth might theoretically perceive humanity through its omniscience. Knowing all must include knowing humans, yet this knowledge manifests as pure information without corresponding interest, response, or acknowledgement. The supreme powers demonstrate their supremacy precisely through complete failure to register humanity as significant enough to warrant attention, while lesser entities' engagement with humans marks them as existing at scales where human consciousness constitutes meaningful phenomenon rather than ignorable cosmic noise. Madness, as measure of entity power, operates according to complex principles where the severity and nature of psychological damage inflicted through contact serves as rough indicator of cosmic hierarchy position, while also revealing limits of human neurology when processing information exceeding its evolved capacity. Contact with lesser entities produces specific fears and traumas: disgust at deep one physiology, horror at Shoggoth formlessness, dread of night-gaunt abduction, that remain comprehensible even while terrifying, that can be articulated and shared through conventional language that permit survivors to warn others about specific dangers encountered. These responses, however extreme, preserve basic cognitive function and maintain personality continuity, with witnesses remaining recognizably themselves despite trauma experienced. Cthulhu's dream influence produces more severe effects. Artists driven to create disturbing sculptures and paintings, sensitive individuals experiencing prophetic nightmares, cult members abandoning civilized behavior for worship of incomprehensible entity. Yet even these maintain sufficient rationality to describe experiences, however inadequately, and to function within society, however marginally. Direct encounter with Cthulhu itself, as experienced by the sailors in The Call of Cthulhu, produces more complete breakdown, with Johansen barely surviving and most witnesses dying or going permanently insane. Yet even this permits partial testimony and some recovery of function. Contact with outer gods operates at different magnitude entirely. Wilbur Whately's knowledge, inherited from his Yog-Sothoth parentage, makes him monstrous and incomprehensible, even while maintaining enough humanity to pursue recognizable objectives, while his twin brother's complete transformation suggests Contact's full effect. Attempting to perceive Azathoth directly, were such perception possible, would presumably produce not madness in clinical sense, but rather instant cognitive dissolution, complete collapse of categories and structures, enabling consciousness to function at all. Annihilation of self rather than merely damage to it. The correlation between summoning difficulty and entity power provides another practical measurement of hierarchy, with supreme entities existing beyond possibility of human conjuration, while lesser beings respond to appropriate rituals, sacrifices, and invocations. Lesser entities can be summoned through procedures documented in grimoires, requiring specific components, incantations, and astronomical timing, but nevertheless remaining within reach of determined occultists willing to accept risks involved. The Mi-Go can be contacted through radio signals, the deep ones through appropriate offerings at correct coastal locations, various servitor creatures through rituals of varying complexity. Cthulhu cannot be summoned by human action alone. It requires astronomical alignment beyond human control. But the famous incantation and the existence of cults suggests some form of communication or influence remains possible, that humans can at least signal their willingness to serve and perhaps accelerate the inevitable awakening. The great old ones as category seem to occupy this ambiguous position where they cannot be controlled but might be contacted, where rituals serve not to compel, but to acknowledge and align oneself with powers that will eventually manifest regardless of human action or inaction. The outer gods transcend summoning entirely in any conventional sense. Nyarlathotep appears when and where it chooses according to its own purposes, not because humans successfully compelled its manifestation. Yog-Sothoth exists everywhere always, making summoning conceptually incoherent since it is already present. Azathoth occupies center of infinity, utterly beyond reach of any ritual or invocation humans might devise. This inaccessibility through magical compulsion indicates supreme power precisely. Entities that can be summoned necessarily rank below entities that cannot, because summoning implies potential for human influence, however limited, while true cosmic supremacy means existing beyond any possibility that human action could matter or register. Worship patterns reveal similar hierarchical distinctions, with lesser entities receiving active cults that believe their devotion matters, while supreme powers receive only acknowledgement from those who understand that worship serves no purpose when directed toward forces incapable of noticing or caring about human regard. The Cthulhu cult in The Call of Cthulhu operates as functioning religious organization with hierarchy, rituals, and genuine belief that their activities serve their god's objectives and that their god might somehow reward faithful service. The esoteric order of Dagon in Innsmouth maintains temples, performs ceremonies, and receives tangible benefits: immortality, hybrid offspring, undersea cities, suggesting transactional relationship where worship generates reciprocal response. Various cults throughout Lovecraft's stories serve lesser entities, build temples, make sacrifices, and experience results they interpret as divine favor or communication. Yet no cult meaningfully worships Azathoth. References to this entity appear in forbidden texts and madmen's ravings, but no organized religious practice treats blind idiot God as recipient of prayer or sacrifice, because what purpose could such worship serve when directed toward unconscious chaos, incapable of perceiving or responding to devotion? Similarly, Yog-Sothoth receives acknowledgement from those who understand cosmic structure, but not worship in conventional sense, since omnipresent structural entity needs nothing from humans and cannot meaningfully respond to petition or praise. The distinction between entities that have cults and entities that merely get mentioned in forbidden lore marks fundamental division in cosmic hierarchy. Beings accessible enough to reciprocate worship in some fashion rank below beings so fundamental that worship directed toward them represents comprehensible error, like praying to gravity or attempting to flatter entropy into reversing its universal increase. The physical manifestation capacity provides final practical distinction between hierarchical tiers, with entities varying dramatically in whether and how they can appear within dimensions humans inhabit and perceive. Lesser entities possess definite physical forms that can be photographed, measured, dissected, and studied through conventional scientific methodology, however much their biology violates terrestrial norms. The elder things left fossils in Antarctica that expeditions could discover and examine. The deep ones possess consistent anatomy that witnesses can describe with reasonable accuracy. Shoggoths, despite their formlessness and adaptive physiology, occupy space in comprehensible ways and interact with physical reality according to rules that permit observation and documentation. Cthulhu, when briefly glimpsed by Johansen and the sailors, possessed definite, if geometrically unsettling form: squid-headed, dragon-bodied, mountainous in skull, that human senses could register, even if human sanity could not comfortably process what those senses reported. The great old ones generally maintain this characteristic of possessing forms that can theoretically be perceived and described, even when description strains language's capacity and perception threatens sanity. The outer gods transcend physical manifestation in any consistent or comprehensible manner. Nyarlathotep appears through avatars that might share no obvious relationship to each other or to any underlying true form. Yog-Sothoth manifests as congeries of iridescent globes that witnesses struggle to describe coherently, and that might represent not the entity itself, but merely human perception's desperate attempt to impose form on something essentially formless. Azathoth cannot appear within reality because it exists as or at reality's foundation, making manifestation conceptually impossible. This progression from definite form to ambiguous manifestation to complete transcendence of physical appearance marks ascending power levels, with supreme entities distinguished precisely by their inability to be seen, captured, or comprehended through human perceptual categories that evolved to navigate three-dimensional space and linear time, rather than to perceive cosmic principles operating at foundational levels beyond or beneath physical reality's surface structures. The Necronomicon and other fictional grimoires throughout Lovecraft's mythology claim to document cosmic hierarchies and entity relationships, yet these texts themselves demonstrate the fundamental problem facing any attempt to systematically rank beings that exceed human comprehension or categorization. Abdul al-Hazred's mad ravings, supposedly compiled into the Necronomicon during his years of desert wandering before his violent death in 738 CE, provide fragmentary accounts of entities encountered through vision, mathematical deduction, and contact with pre-human ruins scattered across Earth's most desolate regions. The text describes Azathoth as occupying Infinity's center, names Yog-Sothoth as gate and key, identifies various great old ones and their relationships, yet does so through language that translators consistently note becomes incoherent or contradictory when addressing supreme powers, as if the concepts themselves resist stable linguistic representation. Von Junst's Unaussprechlichen Kulten, nameless cults in English, though the German title literally translates as unspeakable cults, suggesting knowledge that defies or prohibits articulation, attempts comparative analysis of entity worship across cultures and epochs, documenting patterns in how different civilizations encountered and interpreted cosmic forces. Yet von Junst himself went mad and was murdered under mysterious circumstances, suggesting that comprehensive knowledge of cosmic hierarchies proves not merely difficult, but actively lethal, that attempting to systematize what should remain fragmentary attracts exactly the attention no researcher wants from entities whose notice means destruction. These grimoires function within Lovecraft's mythology as evidence that humans have repeatedly attempted to map cosmic hierarchies, while simultaneously demonstrating that such attempts invariably fail or succeed only at cost of sanity, life, or both. The texts preserve knowledge while warning against acquiring it, document hierarchies while suggesting that understanding those hierarchies serves no protective purpose and might itself constitute the danger they purport to guard against. The problem of measuring the immeasurable confronts any systematic attempt to rank cosmic entities by power, as human frameworks for comparison and quantification necessarily fail when applied to beings that transcend the categories enabling measurement. How does one compare Azathoth's unconscious chaos with Yog-Sothoth's conscious omnipresence when consciousness itself might constitute enhancement or limitation depending on philosophical framework employed? What units could possibly measure relative power when entities exist across different dimensional frameworks, temporal relationships, and ontological categories? Azathoth occupies center, if spatial language even applies. Yog-Sothoth pervades totality, if pervading meaningfully describes structural coterminousness. Nyarlathotep manifests multiply, if avatars represent true division or illusory proliferation of essential unity. The very attempt to establish definitive ranking imposes human organizational principles, hierarchy, precedence, greater and lesser, onto cosmic realities that might not admit such categorization, that might operate according to complementary rather than competitive relationships, that might render the entire question of comparative power meaningless when applied to entities that each embody different fundamental aspects of reality rather than competing for single supreme position. Mathematical approaches to entity comparison prove similarly inadequate. What equations could capture Azathoth's relationship to Yog-Sothoth when one exists at origin point and the other coterminously with all subsequent development? Game systems assign statistics to cosmic entities, translating narrative descriptions into numerical values for hit points, power levels, and combat capabilities. Yet these mechanical necessities, required for playability, necessarily domesticate what should remain unquantifiable, reduce cosmic principles to very large but ultimately manageable threats that players might feasibly overcome through sufficient preparation and favorable dice rolls. We must recognize that definitive ranking might represent category error, applying human need for hierarchical organization to entities that exceed such frameworks entirely. Observational evidence about entity power levels suffers from fundamental selection bias, since only encounters that permit survival generate testimony, meaning available accounts systematically underrepresent supreme entities whose direct contact would leave no witnesses to document the experience. The sailors who glimpsed Cthulhu survived specifically because they encountered the entity only briefly in constrained manifestation during circumstances that permitted escape before full contact destroyed them. Johansen's testimony exists precisely because his contact remained partial and temporary enough that his sanity, though damaged, survived sufficiently to produce coherent account before death claimed him. Shortly thereafter, Wilbur Whately's hybrid nature gave him enough cosmic perspective to understand his Yog-Sothoth heritage, yet enough humanity to remain partially comprehensible to human observers before his death revealed the monstrous anatomy his human appearance concealed. But these survivable encounters necessarily provide information only about entities or manifestations operating at scales where human consciousness can persist long enough to observe, remember, and report. Direct contact with Azathoth, were such contact possible, would presumably leave no testimony because witnesses would cease to exist as conscious entities capable of memory or communication. Contact with Yog-Sothoth in its full omnipresent reality, rather than through limited manifestations, would perhaps dissolve individual consciousness into universal totality, eliminating the separate observer necessary for observation to occur. The available evidence thus skews dramatically toward lower-tier entities, not because they are more numerous or more significant, but because only they permit the partial, survivable encounters that generate documentary evidence. Scholars and cultists can study, when attempting to construct hierarchies, that systematic observation bias ensures must remain forever incomplete. Archaeological and historical evidence provides somewhat more reliable data than survivor testimony, but suffers from its own limitations when attempting to establish cosmic hierarchies through material traces and temporal precedents. The Elder Things left extensive remains in Antarctica, cities, technology, fossilized specimens, allowing detailed reconstruction of their civilization, capabilities, and eventual decline. Yet this very abundance of evidence marks them as relatively minor players in cosmic hierarchy, beings that built and died and left ruins rather than entities that transcend such mundane processes entirely. The deep ones maintain hybrid populations and underwater cities that human investigators can study, suggesting integration into Earth's biology and geography that supreme cosmic powers would never demonstrate. Cthulhu's imprisonment in Arthia provides specific location that potentially could be investigated, mapped, and studied, indicating spatial constraint that entities like Yog-Sothoth transcend entirely. The most powerful entities leave no material traces because they operate at levels beyond or beneath physical manifestation. Azathoth exists at center of infinity rather than in any archaeologically accessible location. Yog-Sothoth pervades dimensions rather than occupying sites within dimensions, and neither can be studied through conventional scientific methodology because they represent conditions enabling study rather than objects available for investigation. The archaeological timeline thus documents succession of lesser entities inhabiting Earth across geological epochs, while necessarily remaining silent about supreme powers whose existence precedes and transcends time itself, creating a record that dramatically overrepresents minor cosmic players while systematically excluding evidence about entities that rank highest in actual hierarchy. This evidentiary gap means that any ranking based primarily on physical evidence and temporal precedence will inevitably privilege accessible over supreme, knowable over ultimate, precisely inverting true cosmic hierarchy, where greatest power correlates with most complete transcendence of material reality and temporal sequence. The witness problem extends beyond survival bias to encompass the reliability issues inherent in testimony from individuals whose contact with cosmic entities has fundamentally compromised their cognitive function and perceptual accuracy. Cultists who claim knowledge of entity hierarchies typically demonstrate clear psychological instability, with their theological assertions reflecting madness as much as genuine information about cosmic structure. Henry Armitage and his colleagues at Miskatonic University possess scholarly credentials, yet derive their understanding primarily from texts written by acknowledged madmen and from brief encounters with phenomena that exceeded their capacity for accurate perception or interpretation. Even relatively reliable witnesses like Professor Dyer in At the Mountains of Madness admit that their observations might represent misinterpretation, that stress and horror might have distorted perception, that what they thought they saw might bear only approximate relationship to actual events. The fundamental problem remains that entities powerful enough to warrant inclusion in cosmic hierarchy discussion simultaneously possess sufficient power to damage or destroy any consciousness attempting to perceive them accurately, creating a situation where increased proximity to ultimate knowledge correlates with decreased reliability as witness. The most knowledgeable individuals, those who have achieved deepest contact with supreme entities, typically die or go permanently insane before sharing their knowledge, while survivors who can articulate coherent accounts almost by definition encountered only lesser manifestations whose limited power permitted cognitive survival. This inverse relationship between knowledge and reliability ensures that cosmic hierarchy must remain contested, that definitive rankings cannot emerge from available testimony, and that human understanding of which entities possess greatest power will forever remain incomplete, contradictory, and potentially fundamentally misleading. The categorization trap awaits anyone attempting systematic hierarchy of cosmic entities, as imposing human organizational frameworks like pantheon, family, or chain of command might itself represent anthropocentric delusion, projecting comprehensible structures onto realities that operate according to principles entirely alien to human social and cognitive models. Traditional mythologies, pantheons, feature genealogies, conflicts, alliances, and clear hierarchies because they emerge from human culture and reflect human organizational principles scaled to cosmic level. Lovecraft's entities, however, supposedly represent genuinely alien realities that predate humanity and operate according to non-human logics, making any hierarchical structure suspiciously anthropomorphic and potentially reflecting interpreter limitations rather than actual cosmic organization. Perhaps Azathoth, Yog-Sothoth, and Nyarlathotep do not occupy positions in hierarchy at all, but rather represent complementary aspects of single underlying reality that human consciousness artificially divides into separate entities because unified perception would exceed cognitive capacity. Perhaps greater and lesser represent meaningless categories when applied to beings existing across different dimensional frameworks, with each entity supreme within its particular domain, while incomparable to entities operating in different cosmic registers. The very question, which entity is most powerful, might reveal human inability to conceive of relationships other than dominance and subordination, might demonstrate that even when attempting to think cosmically, we remain trapped in primate social cognition, evolved for navigating tribal hierarchies rather than understanding universal structure. This possibility that our entire approach to cosmic hierarchy represents category error cannot be definitively refuted and must accompany any attempt at systematic ranking with recognition that the entire enterprise might fundamentally misunderstand how cosmic realities actually relate to each other beyond or beneath human frameworks for organizing and comparing power. As we turn to examining specific literary manifestations of these entities and their hierarchical relationships, we must maintain awareness that narratives necessarily impose comprehensible structure on cosmic chaos, that stories provide evidence that might be entirely misleading, and that what we discover about power levels through textual analysis might reveal more about narrative necessity and human cognitive limitations than about actual cosmic hierarchies that, if they exist at all, might operate according to principles that language and thought fundamentally cannot capture or convey. Azathoth's introduction to Lovecraft's mythology occurred through fragmentary and oblique references rather than through comprehensive exposition, with the entity's first significant appearance in The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, written 1926-27, published posthumously 1943, establishing its position at reality's center without fully explaining what that position meant or entailed. Randolph Carter's journey through the dreamlands, seeking the gods who had denied him visions of his sunset city, culminates in revelation that those gods themselves serve greater powers, that beyond their cavern on unknown Kadath lies the monstrous nuclear chaos beyond angled space which the Necronomicon had mercifully cloaked under the name of Azathoth. The phrase nuclear chaos suggests entity that exists as fundamental substrate, as chaotic core from which ordered reality somehow emerges, while beyond angled space indicates existence outside conventional dimensional geometry. The protective cloaking, the Necronomicon's merciful refusal to describe this entity fully, establishes pattern where supreme powers resist direct description because accurate representation would itself constitute dangerous knowledge. Carter never encounters Azathoth directly, learning only that it occupies center of infinity, attended by flute-playing dancers, bubbling and blaspheming mindlessly, while somehow sustaining existence through its unconscious chaos. This indirect revelation, through reference and rumor rather than direct encounter, becomes standard pattern for depicting supreme entities whose full manifestation would exceed narrative's capacity to contain or reader's capacity to process. The fragmentary nature of information about Azathoth, scattered across multiple texts, never comprehensively documented, mirrors the entity's nature as chaos that resists systematic description. The brief prose fragment Azathoth, written 1922, published posthumously, provides Lovecraft's most direct attempt to describe encounter with this entity, yet the fragment breaks off after establishing atmosphere of dread without achieving the revelation the title promises, as if the very act of writing about ultimate chaos proved impossible to sustain. The narrator describes falling into dreams, wherein foul dreams and monstrous visions surged up from the subconscious, with each night bringing fresh visions of ultimate terror. But the fragment ends mid-sentence, and through this revolving grayness there came to him scraps of the hellish bubbling and piping outside the cosmos, which none who heard could ever describe. The inability to complete the description, both within the narrative, where witnesses cannot describe what they have heard, and within the text itself, which literally fails to finish, demonstrates the principle that supreme cosmic horror exceeds representation. The bubbling and piping become Azathoth's signature characteristics in subsequent references, suggesting entity whose existence manifests through sound rather than form, through chaotic noise that somehow sustains reality despite or because of its complete meaninglessness. This failed fragment thus succeeds perfectly at establishing what it cannot describe, an entity so fundamental that attempting to depict it directly causes narrative itself to collapse, that resists completion because completion would require definitive characterization incompatible with the chaos it represents. The fragment's very incompleteness authenticates Azathoth's position as unrepresentable ultimate, as that which cannot be directly addressed without exceeding language's capacity to function. Yog-Sothoth received more extensive and explicit treatment in the Dunwich Horror, 1928, which provided the famous incantation and established this entity's nature as gate, key, and guardian simultaneously, while demonstrating its capacity to interact with humanity in ways that Azathoth apparently cannot. The wizard Whately summons Yog-Sothoth through ritual, described in partial detail. Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key and guardian of the gate. Past, present, future, all are one in Yog-Sothoth. This formulation establishes the entity as simultaneously structural element of reality, being the gate, and conscious navigator of that structure, knowing and guarding the gate, as existing across all time rather than within temporal sequence. The successful breeding with Lavinia Whately produces twin offspring, Wilbur, mostly human in appearance, though monstrous beneath his clothes, and his brother, entirely inhuman and invisible to normal perception until magical powder briefly reveals its enormity and horror. This capacity to breed with humans might indicate limitation, can reduce itself to biological interaction, or demonstrate scope, extends even to such minor manifestations without diminishing cosmic presence. The story establishes Yog-Sothoth's omniscience. It knows all, but leaves unclear whether this knowledge translates into power greater than Azathoth's unconscious chaos. The entity's apparent willingness to respond to summoning and to participate in reproduction suggests engagement with reality's affairs that Azathoth's complete unconsciousness precludes. Yet whether this engagement indicates greater or lesser fundamentalness remains deliberately ambiguous. Cthulhu's iconic status derives primarily from The Call of Cthulhu, 1926, the story that introduced this entity and established both its immense power and its clear subordination to greater cosmic forces, creating the paradox whereby Lovecraft's most famous creation explicitly does not occupy the supreme position in his mythology's hierarchy. The story's structure, piecing together evidence from cult raids, artist testimonies, and sailor encounters, models the fragmentary knowledge humans can achieve about cosmic entities while emphasizing how incomplete and potentially misleading such knowledge must remain. The cult's chant describes Cthulhu's subordinate position. In his house at Aurelia, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming, with waits indicating dependence on external circumstances rather than capacity for independent action. The phrase, dead but dreaming, suggests existence that transcends conventional mortality, yet remains constrained, bound to location and condition in ways that truly supreme entities would not experience. When sailors accidentally encounter Cthulhu after Arlia rises temporarily, the descriptions emphasize both the entity's overwhelming presence and its ultimate vulnerability. The thing cannot be described. There is no language for such abysms of shrieking and immemorial lunacy, such eldritch contradictions of all matter, force, and cosmic order. Yet this indescribable horror, when rammed by a steam yacht, collapses into a slushy nastiness before reforming, demonstrating that physical force can temporarily affect it, even if destruction proves impossible. The entity returns to Rolia when the stars shift, suggesting astronomical rather than volitional control over its manifestation, establishing Cthulhu as tremendously powerful by human standards, yet clearly limited compared to entities that transcend spatial location, temporal constraint, or vulnerability to physical intervention. Nyarlathotep's unique position emerged through multiple stories and the 1920 prose poem bearing its name, establishing this entity as simultaneously most accessible and most actively malevolent among cosmic powers, serving as messenger or avatar rather than as supreme force itself. The prose poem describes Nyarlathotep emerging out of Egypt to demonstrate electrical and mechanical wonders before crowds, with exhibitions progressing from impressive to impossible to reality-shattering, culminating in apocalyptic visions that shatter observers' sanity and perhaps reality itself. The description emphasizes the entity's human-adjacent appearance, a tall, swarthy man, making it unique among outer gods in its capacity to wear recognizably humanoid form and move through human spaces without immediate detection. Later stories add different avatars: the Haunter of the Dark in the story of that name, the Black Pharaoh in various Egyptian-themed references, the Faceless Messenger in Dream Quest. This proliferation of forms suggests either that Nyarlathotep possesses genuine multiplicity, existing simultaneously in countless manifestations, or that it can adopt whatever appearance serves immediate purposes. The explicit designation as soul and messenger of the outer gods establishes subordination. Messengers serve greater powers, yet also indicates unique function, suggesting that Nyarlathotep operates as consciousness and purpose for entities that lack these attributes. The question of whether serving as active agent for supreme chaos represents greater or lesser power than being supreme chaos itself remains unresolved, with evidence supporting both interpretations depending on whether one privileges fundamentalness or efficacy as primary power indicator. Cross-story synthesis reveals implicit hierarchies through comparative analysis of what different entities accomplish, how they relate to each other, and what limitations constrain their actions despite their overwhelming power by human standards. Entities that wait for astronomical alignments, Cthulhu, clearly rank below entities that exist across all time simultaneously, Yog-Sothoth. Beings that can be temporarily affected by physical force, Cthulhu, collapsing when rammed, occupy lower tier than entities that transcend physical manifestation entirely, Azathoth's location, beyond angled space. Entities that pursue purposes and manipulate lesser beings, Nyarlathotep, demonstrate specialization, suggesting subordination to forces they serve or represent. The accumulated evidence from multiple stories creates hierarchy without any single text definitively establishing it, allowing readers to construct rankings through synthesis while maintaining essential uncertainty about ultimate ordering. The very requirement that evidence be synthesized from scattered sources mirrors cosmic horror's epistemological commitment. Truth about supreme realities cannot be directly stated, but must be laboriously assembled from fragments, and even such assembly produces only provisional, contested conclusions rather than definitive knowledge. As we examine specific major stories in detail, we discover how narrative requirements shape and constrain depictions of cosmic entities, how the demands of storytelling inevitably domesticate what philosophy insists must remain forever alien, and how the tension between making entities narratively functional and maintaining their cosmic horror credentials produces the carefully calibrated revelations and strategic ambiguities that characterize Lovecraft's most effective work on entity hierarchies and relative power levels. The Call of Cthulhu functions as perhaps the most influential story in establishing cosmic horror's hierarchical structure, while simultaneously demonstrating that the most famous entity in Lovecraft's mythology explicitly does not occupy the supreme position, a paradox that reveals much about how cultural prominence diverges from actual cosmic power within the fictional universe Lovecraft constructed. The story's famous opening, "The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents," establishes epistemological framework where partial knowledge protects humanity from truths too terrible for sustained comprehension, suggesting that what the story reveals about Cthulhu represents only fragment of larger cosmic reality that would destroy consciousness if perceived completely. Francis Wayland Thurston assembles his narrative from his granduncle's papers, which themselves compile evidence from multiple sources. Professor Angel's investigation of artist Henry Wilcox's disturbing dreams and bas-relief, Inspector Legrasse's account of raiding a Louisiana swamp cult, and the Norwegian sailor Johansson's manuscript describing the fatal encounter with risen Relia. This nested structure of documents within documents, testimonies filtered through multiple perspectives and translators, creates authentication through fragmentation, while emphasizing how incomplete and potentially unreliable any human knowledge of cosmic entities must remain. The story never provides comprehensive explanation of what Cthulhu is or where it ranks in cosmic hierarchy, instead offering scattered evidence that readers must synthesize into coherent picture, mirroring the research process that dooms Thurston himself as he realizes that assembling forbidden knowledge attracts exactly the attention no researcher should want. The cult testimony from Inspector Legrasse's raid provides crucial evidence about Cthulhu's position in cosmic hierarchy through the theological claims of captured worshippers, though the reliability of such testimony from degenerates practicing human sacrifice in Louisiana swamps remains deliberately questionable. The cult elder's statement, translated from mixture of dialect and ancient languages, describes Cthulhu as one among many great old ones. They worshipped, so they said, the great old ones who lived ages before there were any men and who came to the young world out of the sky. Those old ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had told their secrets in dreams to the first men who formed a cult which had never died. This passage establishes several key points. Cthulhu belongs to category of beings rather than standing as unique supreme entity. These beings came from elsewhere to Earth, indicating they exist within rather than as cosmic structure. They can die or enter death-like states, suggesting mortality or vulnerability that truly supreme powers would not experience, and they communicate through dreams rather than direct manifestation, indicating both power to influence minds globally and limitation that prevents direct action during imprisonment. The famous chant, Fungluí Malwanaf Cthulhu Rulya Gahnagl Ftagan, translated as, in his house at Rulaye, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming, explicitly establishes the entity's bound condition, its waiting for circumstances beyond its control, its dependence on astronomical alignment described as when the stars are right to achieve full manifestation and freedom. The physical encounter between Norwegian sailors and Cthulhu, when Rolike temporarily rises, provides the story's most direct evidence about this entity's power level, simultaneously demonstrating overwhelming might by human standards and clear limitations that distinguish great old ones from truly supreme cosmic forces. Johansson's manuscript describes the city's nightmare corpse city of cyclopean architecture that defies Euclidean geometry, suggesting that even Cthulhu's dwelling place operates according to principles alien to normal physics, with angles and proportions that sicken observers through their wrongness. The entity itself appears as a mountain walked or stumbled, with flabby claws, an awful squid head with writhing feelers, combining immensity with specific anatomical features that permit partial description, even while defying complete comprehension. When Cthulhu pursues the sailors, its sheer size and impossible nature drive men mad, yet when Johansson rams it with the Alert's steam yacht, the awful squid head with writhing feelers came nearly up to the bowsprit of the sturdy yacht, but Johansson drove on relentlessly, and the entity burst like collapsing gelatin before quickly reforming. This scene proves crucial for understanding Cthulhu's hierarchical position. Physical force can temporarily affect it, suggesting vulnerability that entities like Yog-Sothoth or Azathoth, existing as or across dimensional structures rather than within them, would never demonstrate. The entity's quick regeneration establishes its persistence and perhaps immortality. Yet the very fact that it required regeneration marks it as operating within physical reality's constraints rather than transcending those constraints entirely. The story's treatment of Cthulhu's dream influence demonstrates power operating at impressive but clearly limited scale, affecting sensitives and artists globally, but failing to achieve the universal consciousness disruption that truly supreme entities might, presumably, accomplish. Henry Wilcox's bas-relief and the simultaneous experiences of artists, poets, and sensitive individuals worldwide during the period when Arlia briefly surfaced establishes Cthulhu's capacity to project influence beyond its physical location, to invade dreams and inspire artistic creation reflecting its alien geometries and cosmic horror. Yet this influence remains selective rather than universal. Only certain types of consciousness prove receptive. Only individuals with particular sensitivities experience the dreams and compulsions, suggesting that Cthulhu's power to affect human minds operates through specific channels or frequencies rather than through overwhelming presence that would affect all consciousness indiscriminately. The cult's existence and persistence across centuries indicates sustained if subtle influence, capacity to maintain worship, and await proper conditions for return, demonstrating patience and reach that nevertheless remain constrained by imprisonment and dependence on astronomical cycles beyond the entity's control. This pattern of impressive but limited power characterizes great old ones generally. They vastly exceed human scale and capacity, yet remain subject to conditions, locations, and constraints that supreme cosmic forces transcend entirely, operating as extremely powerful beings within reality rather than as reality's foundational principles. The story's conclusion, with Cthulhu returning to sleep when astronomical conditions shift and Hurlia sinking again beneath the Pacific, establishes the temporary nature of this entity's manifestation and the external constraints governing its activity, clearly distinguishing it from entities that exist continuously and universally regardless of circumstance. Thurston's final observations, his recognition that the cult persists, that Cthulhu will eventually rise again when stars align properly, that human civilization exists on borrowed time until that inevitable awakening, establish ongoing threat while confirming that threat remains postponed rather than immediately realized, dependent on cosmic cycles that operate according to their own time frames rather than Cthulhu's volition. The famous closing lines, "Who knows the end? What has risen may sink, and what has sunk may rise. Loathsomeness waits and dreams in the deep, and decay spreads over the tottering cities of men," acknowledge not Cthulhu's eventual triumph, while implicitly admitting that eventual might mean millennia or longer, that the threat remains future rather than present, that humanity continues existing, not because we successfully resisted cosmic horror, but because cosmic horror has not yet achieved the conditions necessary for its full manifestation. This waiting, this dependence on external alignment, this inability to simply manifest whenever it chooses, distinguishes Cthulhu fundamentally from outer gods that exist already and always, that require no conditions beyond their own. Nature that cannot be postponed or temporarily defeated because they already pervade or transcend reality entirely. The story thus establishes Cthulhu as tremendously significant threat to humanity specifically, while simultaneously positioning it as relatively minor player in larger cosmic hierarchy, powerful enough to destroy human civilization, but constrained enough that such destruction remains contingent rather than inevitable. The cultural irony that The Call of Cthulhu became Lovecraft's most famous story, and Cthulhu, his most recognized creation, despite the story explicitly positioning this entity as subordinate priest rather than supreme deity, reveals much about how narrative accessibility and cosmic power relate inversely in effective horror fiction. Cthulhu works magnificently as horror icon precisely because it operates at scale, where human contact remains possible, where the entity can be glimpsed and partially described, where physical encounter, however fatal or maddening, can occur and generate testimony that survivors might barely manage to document before succumbing to trauma or death. Azathoth, by contrast, exists too fundamentally for direct encounter, too removed from human scale for meaningful narrative engagement, too thoroughly beyond comprehension for the kind of iconic visual representation that makes horror memorable across popular culture. The entity that can be shown, described, imagined, and depicted inevitably achieves greater cultural prominence than entities whose supreme power manifests precisely through their inability to be rendered in comprehensible form or engaged through coherent narrative. The Call of Cthulhu succeeds as literature and as cultural phenomenon because it depicts entity powerful enough to generate cosmic horror while constrained enough to permit the storytelling that makes horror experienceable, creating perfect balance between overwhelming alien power and just sufficient accessibility that narrative can occur, testimony can survive, and readers can vicariously experience encounter with cosmic forces without immediately experiencing the cognitive dissolution that direct contact with truly supreme entities would presumably produce. As we examine the Dunwich horror and its treatment of Yog-Sothoth, we discover how Lovecraft handled entity occupying higher hierarchical position, one whose power level approaches true cosmic supremacy, while maintaining sufficient narrative presence to generate coherent story rather than immediate epistemological collapse. The Dunwich horror demonstrates how Lovecraft approached entities occupying higher cosmic hierarchy positions than Cthulhu, with Yog-Sothoth serving as progenitor and distant presence whose power manifests primarily through offspring rather than through direct appearance, suggesting entity operating at scales where immediate physical manifestation would exceed narrative's capacity to contain or represent. The story opens with description of decaying Massachusetts countryside around Dunwich, establishing atmosphere of rural decay and degeneracy that provides mundane horror grounding the cosmic revelations to come. The Whately family's progressive deterioration, old Whately's obsession with forbidden knowledge, his daughter Lavinia's mysterious pregnancy without identifiable father, the resulting twins whose monstrous nature becomes progressively apparent, creates human-scale narrative framework through which cosmic horror gradually intrudes. Wilbur Whately's abnormal growth, reaching adult size by age 10, and his grandfather's cryptic references to what walks on the hills establish that something fundamentally wrong pervades Dunwich, that forces operating beyond human comprehension have become tangibly present through biological and spatial manifestations that violate natural law. The careful pacing, moving from rural oddity to cosmic horror across the story's progression, demonstrates Lovecraft's technique for introducing higher-tier entities, beginning with effects and gradually revealing causes, maintaining human perspective while depicting forces that exceed human scale, preserving cosmic horror's essential mystery while providing sufficient explanation that narrative coherence survives the revelations it must accommodate. The story's treatment of Yog-Sothoth occurs primarily through incantation, theological exposition, and the monstrous offspring this entity sired with Lavinia Whately, establishing cosmic presence through absence and implication rather than through direct manifestation that would necessarily either domesticate supreme power or destroy narrative comprehensibility. Old Whately's ritual chanting on the hills above Dunwich provides the famous lines establishing Yog-Sothoth's nature. Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key and guardian of the gate. Past, present, future, all are one in Yog-Sothoth. He knows where the old ones broke through of old and where they shall break through again. This formulation establishes several crucial aspects, distinguishing Yog-Sothoth from lesser entities like Cthulhu. The being simultaneously knows, is, and guards thresholds between dimensions or states of reality, suggesting existence as structural element rather than merely inhabitant of structure. Temporal distinctions collapse in this entity's nature, with all time existing as eternal present rather than as sequence of moments, and it possesses knowledge about other cosmic entities, movements, and manifestations, indicating position of sufficient cosmic scope to perceive and understand great old ones' activities across space and time. The designation of Yog-Sothoth as both gate and key suggests paradoxical identity. The entity is simultaneously barrier and means of passage, obstacle, and solution, suggesting existence that transcends simple categorization and operates according to principles that human logic cannot comfortably process. This cosmic role positions Yog-Sothoth clearly above Cthulhu's localized imprisonment and dream influence, operating at universal rather than planetary scale. Wilbur Whately's nature and capabilities provide evidence about Yog-Sothoth's power through the principle that offspring reflects progenitor's characteristics and strength, though the hybrid's limitations also suggest constraints on how supreme entities can manifest within material reality and biological processes. Wilbur possesses partial human appearance despite the tentacles, mouths, and alien anatomy his clothing conceals, suggesting that Yog-Sothoth's essence cannot fully manifest through biological reproduction with human female, that material constraints limit how completely cosmic nature can express itself in physical form. His accelerated growth and intellectual capacity, reading the Necronomicon and other forbidden texts as child, mastering complex rituals by adolescence, pursuing objectives that serve cosmic purposes humans barely glimpse, demonstrate enhanced capabilities deriving from divine parentage, yet these remain recognizably within the spectrum of what humans might accomplish if granted sufficient time and resources. The diary Wilbur keeps reveals his understanding that he and his invisible twin represent Yog-Sothoth's attempt to create gateway for the great old one's return, that their existence serves instrumental purpose in larger cosmic plan, positioning even direct divine offspring as tools rather than as inheritors of full cosmic power. When Wilbur attempts to steal the Latin Necronomicon from Miskatonic University's library and dies in the attempt, attacked by Watchdog, and unable to complete his mission, his failure demonstrates that even partial divine nature provides no immunity to material constraints, that hybrid consciousness and flesh remain vulnerable to mundane threats despite cosmic heritage that should theoretically transcend such limitations. The invisible twins' eventual rampage through Dunwich countryside after Wilbur's death provides the story's most direct evidence about Yog-Sothoth's power through biological manifestation, with the creature's immensity, invisibility, and reality-distorting presence suggesting power far exceeding anything Wilbur demonstrated, while simultaneously revealing limitations that prevent even monstrous divinity from achieving its objectives without human intervention and guidance. The thing grows to enormous size, larger than houses, visible only when coated with magical powder that temporarily disrupts whatever property renders it normally imperceptible to human vision. Witnesses describe miles of screaming nightmare and 10,000 devils, suggesting entity whose presence overwhelms perceptual categories and resists coherent description even when partially visible. The creature's anatomy, great gray ropey tentacles, vast bulging eyes, half-shapeless bulk, combines specific, horrifying features with fundamental formlessness, existing in state between definite organism and protoplasmic chaos that biological matter should not achieve. Yet despite this impressive power, the thing operates according to purposes it apparently cannot fully execute alone, having required Wilbur's guidance and the stolen spells he failed to obtain, suggesting that even divine spawn possesses limitations that prevent autonomous cosmic action. The creature's eventual destruction through spell reading by Armitage and his colleagues demonstrates that appropriate magical countermeasures can affect and eliminate even Yog-Sothoth's offspring, that earthly magic retains efficacy against divine manifestations when those manifestations must operate within material reality, rather than from cosmic dimensions where human countermeasures would have no purchase. The story's resolution, with the twin destroyed and Dunwich saved from immediate horror while cosmic threat remains unresolved at larger scales, establishes pattern where humans can temporarily resist local manifestations of supreme entities without meaningfully affecting those entities' actual power or cosmic position. The magical formula that dissipates the creature, the cloud-like thing, formless and without true substance, yet somehow terrible, sends it back to Yog-Sothoth through dimensional barriers, suggesting that the offspring never truly separated from progenitor, that destroying physical manifestation merely returns essence to source that can presumably generate new manifestations whenever circumstances permit. Armitage's final scholarly explanation positions the entire incident as failed experiment by cosmic entity testing, whether biological reproduction might provide method for manifesting on Earth, with failure of both twins, Wilbur through accident and misfortune, his brother through magical opposition, indicating that this particular approach proved unsuccessful rather than that Yog-Sothoth itself suffered defeat or diminishment. The entity's position as gate and its coterminous existence with all space-time means that local victories against its manifestations cannot affect its fundamental nature, that destroying its spawn no more destroys Yog-Sothoth than killing a human avatar would destroy Nyarlathotep, that the cosmic hierarchy remains entirely unaffected by events that save local human community while changing nothing about underlying reality structure or the entities operating at levels where human action registers as meaningless perturbation rather than significant resistance. The comparison between Yog-Sothoth's presentation in the Dunwich Horror and Cthulhu's appearance in The Call of Cthulhu reveals deliberate hierarchical distinction in how Lovecraft depicted entities occupying different cosmic tiers, with higher powers manifesting through offspring, influence, and oblique reference rather than through direct physical presence that would necessarily either domesticate supreme forces through excessive specificity or destroy narrative through incomprehensible revelation. Cthulhu appears directly to sailors who glimpse its squid-headed mountainous form before fleeing, providing iconic image that defines the entity in popular imagination despite or because of its horrifying specificity. Yog-Sothoth never appears directly at all, existing only through chanted descriptions, through the flesh of hybrid offspring, through references in forbidden texts, maintaining cosmic horror through strategic absence that preserves mystery and supremacy that direct appearance would inevitably compromise. The story treats Yog-Sothoth's attempted manifestation through biological reproduction as experimental methodology that ultimately fails, suggesting that supreme entities cannot easily reduce themselves to physical forms operating within material constraints, that the gap between cosmic principle and biological organism proves too vast for complete successful bridging, that entities existing coterminously with all space-time resist incarnation in specific locations and definite forms. This narrative strategy, depicting higher-tier entities through effects and echoes rather than through direct presence, establishes principle that will characterize treatments of supreme cosmic forces. Azathoth appears only through references and the testimony of those who claim knowledge of infinity's center, never through personal encounter. Yog-Sothoth manifests through offspring and remains otherwise beyond direct perception. Nyarlathotep, alone among outer gods, appears directly because its specialized function as messenger requires capacity for manifestation that supreme entities, in their primary nature, cannot or do not achieve, suggesting that accessibility and cosmic position correlate inversely, and that narrative presence provides inverse measure of actual hierarchical rank. August Derleth's posthumous expansions and systematizations of Lovecraft's mythology, beginning immediately after Lovecraft's death in 1937 and continuing through Derleth's own death in 1971, represent the most influential and most contested attempt to impose definitive hierarchical structure on cosmic entities that Lovecraft had deliberately left ambiguous and unranked. Derleth's primary innovation involved creating dualistic framework borrowed explicitly from Christian theology, dividing entities into good, elder gods opposing evil, outer gods, with Cthulhu and related beings positioned as malevolent forces actively working against benevolent cosmic powers that supposedly maintain order and protect reality from chaos. This Christianization fundamentally contradicts Lovecraft's cosmic indifference philosophy, which insists that entities operate beyond human moral categories entirely, that the universe contains no benevolent protectors caring about humanity's welfare, and that cosmic forces remain utterly indifferent to whether humans survive or perish. Derleth's system assigns explicit power rankings with elder gods, like Nodin's, supposedly capable of opposing and constraining outer gods, creating cosmic warfare narrative where entities compete according to comprehensible moral alignments and where humanity might potentially ally with good forces against evil ones. Most Lovecraft scholars reject this framework as contradicting everything essential about cosmic horror's philosophical commitments, yet Derleth's systematization achieved enormous influence through his control of Lovecraft's literary estate, and through Arkham House publications that introduced countless readers to the mythology through Derleth's interpretive lens. The question of whether Derleth's hierarchies constitute legitimate expansion or fundamental betrayal remains hotly contested, with debates reflecting deeper tensions between desire for systematic understanding and commitment to cosmic horror's essential unknowability. Robert Bloch, Clark Ashton Smith, and other members of Lovecraft's correspondence circle made their own contributions to entity hierarchies while generally maintaining greater fidelity to cosmic horror's philosophical core than Derleth's systematizations permitted. Smith introduced entities like Tsathoggua, described as ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to human affairs, occupying ambiguous position that might place it among great old ones, or potentially a separate category operating according to different cosmic principles entirely. Bloch's contributions emphasized Nyarlathotep's various manifestations and developed the entity's role as active cosmic agent, exploring how messenger function enables narrative engagement while maintaining subordination to supreme forces that rarely manifest directly. Frank Belknap Long added entities like Shonyar Fawn and developed horror vampires from space, expanding the bestiary while introducing questions about how alien species, cosmic entities, and intermediate beings relate within larger hierarchical structure. These collaborative expansions generally respected Lovecraft's preference for ambiguity over system, adding entities and relationships without definitively resolving questions about ultimate rankings or comprehensive cosmic organization. The result resembles actual mythological development across cultures. Accumulated lore from multiple sources creates depth and complexity while introducing contradictions that interpretation must navigate rather than simple canonical answers that would resolve all questions. This organic collaborative growth preserved cosmic horror's essential mystery while expanding narrative possibilities, demonstrating that mythology could develop through collective creation without necessarily sacrificing the philosophical commitments that made Lovecraft's original vision distinctively disturbing and intellectually serious, rather than merely entertaining supernatural adventure. Lynn Carter's later editions and his attempts at comprehensive cataloging through works like the Zothic Legend Cycle imposed even more systematic organization than Derleth, creating detailed genealogies, power hierarchies, and cosmic histories that treated Lovecraft's entities as if they constituted puzzle requiring complete solution rather than as deliberate mysteries maintaining horror through incomprehensibility. Carter positioned entities in explicit family trees, mapped relationships between pantheons and cycles, and attempted to reconcile contradictions between different authors' treatments through comprehensive timeline and organizational schema. His work demonstrates the persistent human impulse to systematize, to create complete knowledge where Lovecraft deliberately maintained gaps, to answer questions that cosmic horror insists must remain unanswerable. While Carter's cataloging provides useful reference for navigating the expanded mythos and understanding how various authors' contributions relate, it necessarily domesticates cosmic horror by implying that comprehensive understanding is achievable, that entities can be definitively mapped and ranked, that human categories prove adequate for organizing forces that should exceed categorization entirely. The tension between utility of systematic reference and violation of cosmic horror's philosophical commitments characterizes much posthumous expansion. Each attempt to clarify and organize makes the mythology more accessible and comprehensible, while simultaneously diminishing the very qualities, ambiguity, unknowability, resistance to human frameworks that made Lovecraft's vision philosophically distinctive and psychologically disturbing, rather than merely another fantasy pantheon distinguished from traditional mythology only by tentacles and non-Euclidean geometry. The Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, first published by Chaosium in 1981 and continuously revised through multiple editions, created perhaps the most influential modern interpretation of entity hierarchies through mechanical necessity of assigning statistics, power levels, and game mechanical representations to beings that literature could leave strategically vague. The game system assigns specific numerical values to entities, POW, power, statistics measuring cosmic force, hit points indicating durability, damage values for attacks, creating explicit power rankings that players can compare and that game masters can use for encounter design and campaign balancing. Azathoth receives statistics that position it as effectively invulnerable and overwhelming, with power levels that make direct confrontation suicidal. Yet the mere fact that statistics exist suggests that this entity operates within quantifiable framework rather than transcending measurement entirely. Yog-Sothoth, Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, and various other entities receive detailed game mechanical treatments that necessarily rank them through numerical comparison, even when game text emphasizes that such rankings represent human attempts to understand incomprehensible forces rather than objective cosmic facts. The gaming format requires this quantification. Players need to know whether their characters can potentially survive encounters, whether magical defenses might provide protection, whether running away constitutes viable strategy, creating structural pressure toward making cosmic horror comprehensible and manageable that directly contradicts the literary philosophy, emphasizing incomprehensibility and inevitability. Yet the game's enormous success in introducing cosmic horror to new audiences, in creating shared cultural knowledge about entity relationships and power levels, and in generating decades of gaming experiences that translate literary dread into collaborative storytelling, demonstrates that even compromised and systematized cosmic horror retains significant power to disturb and engage, that the mythology's appeal transcends fidelity to Lovecraft's original philosophical commitments. Contemporary fiction, engaging with Lovecraft's mythology, divides between authors attempting to preserve cosmic horror's essential ambiguity about entity hierarchies, and those embracing or even accelerating the systematization that began with Derleth and culminates in comprehensive wiki entries detailing every entity's specifications and relationships. Writers like Thomas Ligotti and Laird Barron maintain Lovecraftian philosophical commitments while updating cosmic horror for contemporary contexts, treating entities as genuinely unknowable forces whose power cannot be definitively ranked because ranking itself represents category error when applied to beings transcending human frameworks. Their work preserves ambiguity about whether entities encountered in stories represent great old ones, outer gods, or something else entirely, maintaining the essential uncertainty that makes cosmic horror philosophically serious rather than merely cataloging exercise. By contrast, writers working in more commercial horror contexts often embrace systematic hierarchies, providing clear explanations about which entities rank, where, how they relate to each other, and what rules govern their interactions, creating coherent fictional universes that sacrifice cosmic horror's disturbing unknowability for narrative comprehensibility that broader audiences find more accessible. The Laundry Files series by Charles Stross, for example, treats cosmic entities as comprehensible threats that can be studied through advanced mathematics and opposed through bureaucratic organizations applying scientific methodology, creating engaging fiction that operates in Lovecraftian aesthetic while abandoning cosmic horror's core philosophical commitment to forces exceeding human comprehension. Neither approach is inherently superior. Both produce effective literature serving different purposes for different audiences, but the division reveals ongoing tension between cosmic horror as philosophical position requiring genuine unknowability and cosmic horror as fictional universe, providing setting for conventional narratives with comprehensible rules and clear power structures. The wikification of cosmic horror through online encyclopedias, fan databases, and collaborative reference projects creates comprehensive documentation of entity hierarchies while simultaneously demonstrating the impossibility of achieving definitive consensus even when unlimited textual evidence and collaborative analysis become available. The Lovecraft Wiki, various fandom wikis, and specialized scholarly databases catalog every entity appearance, compile contradictory accounts, and attempt synthesis that would establish clear power rankings. Yet debates continue about whether Azathoth or Yog-Sothoth occupies supreme position, whether Nyarlathotep's messenger status indicates subordination or specialized supreme function, and whether systematic ranking itself violates cosmic horror's essential philosophy. These collaborative projects reveal both the depth of engagement contemporary audiences bring to mythological questions and the fundamental limits of systematization when source material deliberately maintains ambiguities that resist resolution. The very existence of extensive debate about entity power levels demonstrates both that Lovecraft succeeded in creating mythology rich enough to support serious scholarly investigation, and that he maintained sufficient ambiguity that investigation cannot achieve definitive conclusions satisfying all interpreters. The online collaborative format allows competing interpretations to coexist, with different wikis and databases offering different hierarchies based on which textual evidence receives emphasis and which philosophical principles guide interpretation, creating a situation where cosmic horror's entity rankings remain perpetually contested despite unprecedented access to source material and unprecedented analytical effort applied to establishing hierarchies. This ongoing irresolution might constitute the final victory of cosmic horror's philosophy. Even when humans apply comprehensive research and collaborative analysis, even when we compile every textual reference and debate every implication, we cannot definitively establish which entities possess greatest power, because the question itself might exceed human frameworks for understanding and measuring forces that operate according to principles our cognition never evolved to process, suggesting that ignorance persists not from lack of effort, but from essential inadequacy of human consciousness when confronting realities that transcend the categories enabling thought and comprehension to function at all. The online "who would win" debate culture demonstrates humanity's persistent need to establish definitive hierarchies, even for fictional entities whose horror depends on exceeding such categorization, with forums, subreddit threads, and YouTube comment sections hosting endless arguments about whether Azathoth could defeat Yog-Sothoth, or whether Cthulhu ranks above or below various great old ones in cosmic power structures. These debates apply pseudo-scientific methodology to fundamentally unquantifiable questions, citing textual evidence about entities' feats, analyzing their described capabilities, and attempting objective power scaling that would permit definitive rankings comparable to how physicists might measure forces or biologists might classify organisms according to observable characteristics. The versus battle wiki phenomenon codifies this impulse, creating detailed profiles that assign tier rankings: outer god tier, great old one tier, lesser entity tier, with numerical power levels, speed ratings, durability measurements, and destructive capacity estimates that translate cosmic horror's philosophical ambiguity into comprehensible game-like statistics. These community efforts reveal deep human need for mastery through comprehension, for control through categorization, demonstrating that even when we acknowledge entities as fictional, we cannot resist imposing organizational frameworks that make them mentally manageable rather than preserving the overwhelming incomprehensibility that cosmic horror philosophy insists must characterize genuinely supreme powers. The debates never achieve resolution because source material deliberately maintains ambiguities, yet the debates continue perpetually, suggesting that the activity itself serves psychological need independent of whether definitive answers could ever emerge. Cross-universe battle scenarios extend the systematization impulse beyond Lovecraft's mythology into comparative analysis, pitting cosmic horror entities against gods, monsters, and cosmic forces from other fictional franchises, creating elaborate hypothetical matchups that reveal both creativity and the fundamental absurdity of attempting objective measurement for beings designed to exceed measurement entirely. Online communities debate whether Azathoth could defeat the Judeo-Christian God, whether Yog-Sothoth surpasses Marvel Comics' abstract entities like Eternity or the Living Tribunal, whether Cthulhu could withstand attacks from various anime reality warpers whose depicted feats of power allegedly exceed anything Lovecraft's entities demonstrate within their source texts. These discussions apply battle-boarding methodology that analyzes feats, specific accomplishments shown in canon sources, to establish hierarchies of capability, arguing that Yog-Sothoth's coterminous existence with all space-time constitutes infinite speed feat, while Azathoth's position at reality's center suggests multiversal destructive capacity. The absurdity of comparing entities from incompatible fictional frameworks operating according to different metaphysical rules somehow does not prevent elaborate analysis, mathematical calculations of power levels, and passionate arguments about which interpretation of ambiguous textual evidence provides more accurate assessment. These exercises demonstrate that contemporary popular culture treats fictional entities as if they possessed objective reality independent of narrative contexts that generated them, as if Azathoth exists in some platonic realm of fictional characters where it can meaningfully be compared to other supreme beings, regardless of whether such comparisons violate the philosophical principles that made Azathoth conceptually distinctive in the first place. Occult practitioners claiming to work with Lovecraftian entities report hierarchical experiences that supposedly confirm or contradict textual evidence about cosmic power structures, creating feedback loop where fiction influences magical practice, which generates testimonies that adherents treat as validation of fictional claims about entity relationships and capabilities. Chaos magicians, who explicitly embrace working with fictional entities while arguing that belief generates efficacy regardless of ontological status, describe rituals contacting Nyarlathotep, Yog-Sothoth, or various lesser beings, reporting different levels of difficulty, different qualities of response, and different effects that supposedly indicate entities' relative power and willingness to engage with human consciousness. Some practitioners claim that Azathoth cannot be contacted through ritual because its unconscious nature precludes the mutual awareness that magical working requires, effectively confirming textual descriptions while simultaneously undermining Cosmic Horror's philosophical point that such entities should remain forever beyond human reach or influence. Others report that Yog-Sothoth responds more readily than Cthulhu, or that Nyarlathotep actively seeks contact in ways other entities do not, creating experiential hierarchy that supposedly validates literary depictions while conveniently ignoring that those literary depictions might have shaped expectations, producing the experiences being reported. The phenomenon reveals how fictional mythology can generate actual religious or magical practice that treats invented entities as real forces, with practitioners' experiences, however explicable through psychology, suggestion, or sincere self-deception, reinforcing belief in hierarchies that originated as deliberate literary construction designed to generate dread through ambiguity rather than to provide accurate cosmic cartography for practical occult application. The real Necronomicon phenomenon, with various published grimoires claiming to provide authentic magical procedures for contacting Lovecraftian entities, necessarily includes hierarchical information about which beings can be safely approached, which require extreme caution and which exceed human capacity for interaction entirely, creating practical tier system based allegedly on occult experience rather than literary analysis. The Simon Necronomicon, most more commercially successful of these inventions, assigns different entities to different gates or levels of reality, suggesting progression where practitioners work through lesser forces before attempting contact with supreme powers, mirroring video game leveling systems more than traditional occult practice, but providing framework that thousands of readers have attempted to apply in actual ritual contexts. Other grimoires present different hierarchies, sometimes contradicting each other about which entities rank where, yet all maintain pattern where some beings prove more accessible than others, where power correlates with danger and difficulty of contact, where attempting to reach supreme entities without proper preparation means psychological destruction, or worse. These systems necessarily compromise Cosmic Horror's essential philosophy. If entities can be safely contacted through proper procedures, they cannot represent forces utterly beyond human comprehension or control. Yet they demonstrate how literary horror transforms into practical magical systems when audiences sufficiently invest belief, regardless of origins, in acknowledged fiction. The practitioners who use these grimoires often report results they interpret as confirming the hierarchies presented, creating circular validation where expectations shape experiences which confirm expectations, demonstrating how human consciousness generates apparently objective phenomena from subjective frameworks when sufficient commitment and interpretive flexibility operate together. Alleged encounters with cosmic entities and the patterns in such reports reveal interesting correlations between claimed entity identity and the nature of experiences described, with lower-tier beings appearing in recognizable forms that permit detailed testimony, while supreme entities manifest through overwhelming experiences that resist coherent description, accidentally preserving cosmic horror's hierarchical principles through the structure of delusion or misattribution. People claim to have seen deep ones, to have encountered ghouls, to have witnessed various servitor creatures and lesser entities, providing specific details about anatomy, behavior, and context that permit analysis and comparison with textual descriptions. Some report dreams or visions involving Cthulhu, describing experiences that match literary depictions while remaining ambiguous enough that psychiatric explanation through nightmare, sleep paralysis, or cultural influence cannot be definitively excluded. Very few claim direct contact with Yog-Sothoth, and such claims typically describe overwhelming, incomprehensible experiences that shattered normal perception rather than encounters with entity possessing definite form or comprehensible communication. Essentially, no one claims to have contacted Azathoth directly, because the theoretical result of such contact, immediate dissolution of consciousness into blind chaos, would by definition prevent testimony about the experience, creating situation where absence of claims paradoxically validates textual descriptions of this entity's supreme power and complete inaccessibility. The correlation between entity power level and contact impossibility thus persists even in delusional or fraudulent accounts, suggesting that either cosmic horror's logic has so thoroughly permeated cultural consciousness that even fabrications unconsciously conform to it, or that human psychology generates experiential hierarchies that independently produce patterns matching Lovecraft's fictional system, or that the fictional hierarchy accurately models something about how human consciousness relates to various types of overwhelming or incomprehensible experiences, regardless of whether cosmic entities objectively exist to generate those experiences. The phenomenon of Cthulhu cultists, individuals or groups claiming to worship or serve Lovecraftian entities despite knowing their fictional origins, raises fascinating questions about why people choose to revere entities that source texts explicitly describe as indifferent or hostile to humanity, and why Cthulhu specifically receives this attention despite not occupying supreme position in cosmic hierarchy. The answer appears to involve Cthulhu's perfect balance between overwhelming power and narrative accessibility. The entity vastly exceeds human capacity to resist or comprehend, while remaining sufficiently concrete and characterizable that worship feels directed toward specific being rather than toward vague abstraction. Azathoth and Yog-Sothoth operate at scales too vast and too removed from human concerns to generate satisfying worship experience. Praying to blind unconscious chaos or to omnipresent structural principle lacks the reciprocal relationship that makes religious practice psychologically meaningful. Cthulhu, by contrast, dreams in Relia, influences human minds, maintains cults that believe their service matters, creating illusion of relationship, even while textually remaining utterly indifferent to human existence. The cultist phenomenon thus reveals that even when humans consciously understand entities as fictional, even when we acknowledge their explicit indifference or hostility, we gravitate towards those operating at scales where meaningful interaction seems theoretically possible, where our attention might register, however insignificantly, where worship serves psychological needs for structure and purpose, even when we intellectually recognize that the entity worshipped neither exists nor would care if it did exist, and we genuinely served it, demonstrating that human religious impulse persists independently of whether belief in divine reality or expectation of reciprocal divine care accompanies the practices through which that impulse manifests. Film adaptations attempting to visualize cosmic entity hierarchies face insurmountable challenges inherent to translating supreme powers into concrete visual representation, with the most successful Lovecraftian cinema typically avoiding direct depiction of top-tier entities while capturing cosmic horror's philosophical essence through implication, atmosphere, and the progressive dissolution of characters' understanding rather than through showing what cannot meaningfully be shown. John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, 1994, never attempts to depict Azathoth or Yog-Sothoth directly, instead showing reality's fabric unraveling as the distinction between fiction and fact collapses, as characters realize they exist within narrative controlled by forces operating at authorial rather than merely cosmic scales, suggesting hierarchies of power extending beyond even Lovecraft's entities into metatextual realms where authors and readers occupy God positions relative to fictional universes. The film succeeds precisely by not showing supreme entities, maintaining cosmic horror through epistemological collapse, rather than through creature effects that would necessarily domesticate what should remain incomprehensible. Stuart Gordon's Lovecraft adaptations, Reanimator, From Beyond, Dagon, generally feature lower-tier entities and phenomena, recognizing that filmable horror operates best at scales where creatures possess definite forms, where threats can be depicted through practical or digital effects, where human characters can meaningfully interact with cosmic forces, however overwhelming those forces might be by terrestrial standards. The rare attempts to visualize truly supreme entities typically produce disappointing results, where abstract CGI shapes fail to generate genuine dread, or where excessive specificity transforms cosmic principle into merely very large monster, demonstrating that what works magnificently in literary description, suggesting vastness through fragmentary glimpse, conveying horror through narrative collapse rather than through comprehensive depiction, translates poorly to visual medium demanding concrete imagery that can be photographed, edited, and shown to audiences expecting to see, rather than merely imagine what the horror entails. Video games offer unique opportunities for representing entity hierarchies through mechanical progression systems that mirror cosmic power structures, with Bloodborne, 2015, providing perhaps the most sophisticated ludic implementation of Lovecraftian cosmic horror, and the progressive revelation that seemingly supreme entities occupy subordinate positions beneath forces even more fundamental and terrifying. The game begins with beasts and monsters operating at comprehensible horror level before introducing great ones, cosmic entities whose presence players initially interpret as supreme powers governing reality, only to reveal through optional content and obscure lore that these great ones themselves serve or relate to deeper cosmic principles, that hierarchies extend beyond what initial gameplay suggests, that each apparent apex conceals higher tiers, accessible only to players who pursue forbidden knowledge through exploring optional areas and deciphering environmental storytelling. The insight mechanic brilliantly translates Lovecraftian epistemology into gameplay. Accumulating knowledge makes previously invisible cosmic entities perceptible, while simultaneously increasing player vulnerability to madness and to attacks that lower insight characters never experience, demonstrating through mechanics rather than merely through narrative that knowing cosmic truth actively harms the knower, that perception and vulnerability correlate directly, that ignorance provides protection, that understanding destroys. The multiple endings reflect different relationships to cosmic hierarchy. Players can submit to great ones, can resist and slay them, or can potentially transcend humanity to join their ranks, with each outcome raising questions about whether apparent victory represents genuine achievement or merely advancement to higher tier in hierarchy that continues indefinitely beyond players' capacity to perceive or influence its ultimate structure. The game demonstrates that interactive media can convey cosmic horror's hierarchical implications through systems and mechanics in ways that pure narrative cannot, making players feel rather than merely understand the relationship between knowledge, power, and vulnerability that defines cosmic horror's philosophical core. Tabletop role-playing's treatment of entity hierarchies demonstrates the fundamental tension between cosmic horror's philosophy requiring human insignificance and gaming's structural requirement for player agency and potential success, with the most effective systems acknowledging this tension rather than attempting to resolve it through compromise that satisfies neither cosmic horror's philosophical commitments nor gaming's experiential requirements. Call of Cthulhu handles supreme entities by essentially declaring them beyond the game system's scope. Azathoth and Yog-Sothoth receive statistics suggesting they cannot be fought or meaningfully opposed, that encounters with them represent instant campaign endings rather than challenges players might overcome through clever tactics or fortunate dice rolls. Lesser entities receive detailed statistics that permit combat and magical opposition, while emphasizing through mechanical advantages and vast power differentials that victory remains unlikely and survival constitutes success rather than triumph over cosmic forces. The sanity system implements cosmic horror's epistemological philosophy mechanically. Investigating mysteries inevitably costs sanity. Learning truths drives investigators mad. Knowledge itself becomes resource that must be carefully managed because too much understanding destroys capacity to function, creating gameplay loop where players pursue information necessary for even temporary victories, while recognizing that accumulating such information guarantees eventual destruction of characters whose sacrifice enables brief postponement of cosmic threats that cannot be permanently defeated. Delta Green's approach to unstated entities, explicitly declaring that some phenomena exceed game mechanics and that encountering them means narrative rather than mechanical resolution, acknowledges that representing supreme cosmic powers through rules-based systems necessarily compromises their horror, while gaming without such rules fails to provide the structure, making collaborative storytelling function, choosing honest admission of limitation over false pretense, that any system adequately captures entities designed to exceed human comprehension, and therefore any mechanical framework humans might devise for representing them. Musical responses to cosmic horror's hierarchies span approaches from literal invocation in death metal lyrics, explicitly naming and ranking entities, to ambient compositions attempting to evoke through sound the experience of confronting powers operating at incomprehensible scales that resist verbal description but might be captured through pure sonic experience. Bands like Nile incorporate Lovecraftian mythology into Egyptian-themed death metal, with songs addressing Nyarlathotep's various avatars, Yog-Sothoth's omnipresence, and Azathoth's blind chaos, treating entity names as incantatory elements while using brutal musical intensity to convey scale and horror that lyrics alone cannot fully capture. The appeal for metal audiences lies partly in cosmic horror's rejection of conventional morality, worshipping or acknowledging entities that represent pure force beyond good and evil, validates metal's own aesthetic commitments to transgression and rejection of normative values, and partly in the mythology's provision of intellectual framework that distinguishes cosmic horror metal from merely shock value extremity, offering philosophical substance beneath the brutal surface. Dark, ambient, and drone artists like Lusmord, Atrium Carcery, and various cryo-chamber releases approach cosmic hierarchy through atmospheric evocation rather than explicit reference, creating soundscapes that suggest vast empty spaces, ancient presences, and realities operating according to non-human logics, with lower frequencies and prolonged tones generating physical sensations, unease, pressure, disorientation, that mirror descriptions of how cosmic entity proximity supposedly affects human consciousness and perception. These compositions recognize that supreme entities might be more effectively represented through abstract sonic experience than through verbal description or literal musical depiction, that the feeling of confronting power exceeding comprehension translates better to carefully designed audio than to explicit lyrical cataloging of mythological facts, demonstrating that different media suit different hierarchical levels, with concrete entities lending themselves to verbal, visual treatment, while supreme abstract forces require more experimental approaches that bypass linguistic and visual specificity entirely. Board games and card games featuring Lovecraftian themes must mechanically implement entity hierarchies in ways that permit gameplay while somehow preserving cosmic horror's philosophical implications about human insignificance and inevitable doom, creating systems where players fight delaying actions rather than pursuing definitive victories, and where entity power levels translate into escalating difficulty that makes ultimate defeat increasingly probable as games progress. Eldritch horror assigns different ancient ones to games, with each representing different difficulty level and requiring different strategies for temporary prevention of their manifestation, creating explicit power rankings where Azathoth represents ultimate challenge, while other entities permit marginally higher chances of human survival through successful ritual completion and mystery solving. The cooperative format forces players into desperate collaboration against overwhelming cosmic threats, mirroring cosmic horror's implications that only collective human effort provides even temporary resistance against forces that individual action cannot meaningfully oppose, while the game's structure ensures that victory remains unlikely and that even successful conclusions require significant sacrifices and close timing that emphasizes how narrowly humanity escapes annihilation each time cosmic forces become active. Arkham Horror, the card game, implements entity hierarchy through encounter deck mechanics and scenario design that progressively introduces more powerful forces as campaigns develop, with early scenarios featuring cultists and lesser creatures, while later chapters confront players with great old ones and outer gods, whose mechanical advantages and overwhelming power levels make clear that investigation and clever strategy provide only slim hope for survival rather than confident expectation of triumph. These game systems demonstrate that cosmic horror's hierarchies can translate into compelling gameplay despite philosophical commitments that technically preclude meaningful player agency, that the tension between inevitable doom and desperate resistance generates engaging experiences precisely because players understand they fight not to win definitively, but to postpone temporarily, to save specific people or places rather than to eliminate cosmic threats entirely, to achieve small victories within overall context of ultimate human insignificance that no heroic action can permanently overcome. Virtual reality implementations of cosmic horror face unique challenges in representing entity hierarchies because the medium's immersive nature means that overwhelming or incomprehensible experiences risk inducing genuine nausea, disorientation, or psychological distress beyond the comfortable simulation that traditional media provide. Yet VR's capacity to surround and affect users' spatial perception offers unprecedented opportunities for conveying the experience of confronting entities operating at scales exceeding human perceptual categories. Early VR cosmic horror games like Edge of Nowhere and various indie projects attempt to use three-dimensional space and spatial audio to create presence of vast beings that surround rather than merely confront players, using scale and impossible geometry to generate genuine unease as comfortable spatial relationships dissolve when non-Euclidean architecture or massive entities distort expected physical laws governing how rooms connect, how distances relate, and how perspective functions. The medium's capacity to induce actual vertigo through contradictory spatial information, to generate real disorientation through carefully manipulated visual cues, to produce physical discomfort through sustained sensory contradiction, means that VR cosmic horror can potentially affect users at embodied level that purely visual or textual media cannot achieve, making the experience of encountering cosmic entities viscerally disturbing rather than merely intellectually unsettling. Yet this same intensity creates commercial and ethical problems. Users expect VR experiences to be tolerable and controllable, to permit adjustment when experiences become too intense, to provide escape routes when immersion grows uncomfortable, while cosmic horror's philosophy insists that genuine encounter with supreme entities would permit no such comfort or control, that true cosmic horror resists user agency and comfortable compartmentalization. The few VR experiences that successfully balance these competing demands typically position encounters with supreme entities as climactic moments that players briefly witness rather than sustained interactions they must navigate, preserving horror through calculated doses of overwhelming sensory input, followed by narrative or mechanical breaks that permit psychological recovery, demonstrating that even media offering unprecedented immersive capacity ultimately cannot fully implement cosmic horror's most extreme philosophical implications without producing experiences too unpleasant for most users to voluntarily endure, suggesting fundamental tension between cosmic horror as entertainment and cosmic horror as genuinely annihilating philosophical vision that no commercial medium can fully bridge without abandoning either philosophical commitment or audience accessibility entirely. The power scaling community's obsessive documentation of entity feats and capabilities reveals how contemporary fan culture applies quasi-scientific methodology to fundamentally unquantifiable cosmic forces, creating comprehensive databases that catalog every textual reference, every described action, every implied capability that might establish definitive hierarchies, eliminating cosmic horror's essential ambiguity. Reddit's E.R. Howardwin and similar forums host elaborate analyses attempting to establish whether Azathoth's described omnipotence exceeds Yog-Sothoth's omnipresence, whether being coterminous with all space and time constitutes greater power than existing at the center of infinity, whether consciousness enhances or limits cosmic capability. These debates deploy specialized vocabulary borrowed from physics, mathematics, and philosophy, discussions of dimensional tiering, of infinite hierarchies, of the difference between being beyond space-time versus being identical with space-time, demonstrating remarkable intellectual sophistication applied to questions that source texts deliberately left unresolvable. The phenomenon demonstrates how digital culture transforms consumption into production, how audiences become scholars generating analytical content that rivals academic work in comprehensiveness while serving different purposes, creating shared knowledge that fans treat as definitive despite acknowledging its basis in fictional sources that intentionally maintained uncertainty. Consider this carefully. The impossibility of achieving definitive answers does not diminish community investment in debate, suggesting that the process of analysis itself serves social and cognitive needs independent of whether resolution could ever be reached or whether resolution would satisfy participants if somehow achieved. Academic Lovecraft scholarship has progressively legitimized cosmic horror as serious subject for literary analysis, philosophical investigation, and cultural criticism, with entity hierarchies serving as focal points for examining how fiction represents power structures, how texts construct ontological frameworks, and how popular culture negotiates existential anxieties through mythological systems. S.T. Joshi's extensive biographical and critical work established foundations for treating Lovecraft as significant author rather than mere pulp entertainer, documenting the philosophical commitments informing his cosmic hierarchies and arguing that entity power structures reflect coherent materialist cosmology rather than arbitrary monster collection. Subsequent scholars have examined how Lovecraft's hierarchies mirror and subvert traditional theological frameworks, how his power structures encode anxieties about scientific discovery, revealing humanity's cosmic insignificance, and how his mythology's inherent ambiguities about ultimate authority reflect modernist epistemological crises. Graham Harmon's weird realism applies object-oriented ontology to Lovecraft's entities, arguing that their resistance to complete description and definitive ranking demonstrates philosophical insights about how objects exceed their relations and resist total comprehension, transforming literary analysis into serious philosophical investigation using cosmic horror as case study for metaphysical speculation. These academic approaches legitimize fan communities' obsessive cataloging while maintaining critical distance that recognizes fictional status, creating productive tension between taking cosmic horror seriously as philosophy while acknowledging its origins in commercial pulp fiction written for entertainment rather than as systematic theology. The scholarship validates hierarchy debates while insisting that definitive answers might violate cosmic horror's essential commitments, that the questions matter more than any answers that could be provided. Comparative mythology, scholarship, examining Lovecraft's entities alongside traditional pantheons, reveals both the author's debt to ancient cosmological frameworks and his innovations in constructing hierarchies that deliberately undermine rather than affirm human cosmic significance. Studies mapping Azathoth onto primordial chaos deities like Tiamat, Apsu, or Nun demonstrate how Lovecraft drew upon and transformed ancient motifs, stripping away the ordered creation narratives that traditionally follow chaos to produce cosmology where chaos remains supreme and where order represents temporary aberration rather than cosmic destiny. Analysis of Yog-Sothoth's parallels with Gnostic Pleroma or Hindu Brahman positions. Lovecraft, within traditions, contemplating ultimate reality beyond human comprehension while emphasizing his removal of any salvific element, any possibility that understanding ultimate reality might liberate rather than destroy consciousness, attempting that understanding. These comparative approaches demonstrate that cosmic horror's hierarchies, despite their apparent originality, participate in humanity's long-standing attempts to conceptualize graduated reality, to imagine powers operating at scales exceeding immediate experience, to construct frameworks ordering forces and entities according to relative supremacy and subordination. The innovation lies not in hierarchy itself, but in hierarchy divorced from meaning, comfort, or human relevance, creating power structures that acknowledge humanity's persistent need to organize and rank, while insisting that such organization serves only psychological function rather than revealing cosmic truths that care about whether humans achieve accurate understanding. The academic legitimation thus maintains productive ambiguity, treating cosmic horror as serious mythology worthy of scholarly analysis, while acknowledging that its power derives partly from resisting the comprehensive understanding that academic analysis attempts to achieve, creating a situation where scholarship simultaneously illuminates and potentially diminishes its subject through the very success of its analytical efforts. Fan wikis and collaborative databases attempting comprehensive entity documentation create collective knowledge projects that rival academic encyclopedias in scope and detail, while operating according to different epistemological principles that privilege textual completeness over critical analysis and fanish enthusiasm over scholarly detachment. The Lovecraft Wiki, Villains Wiki entries for cosmic entities, and various specialized databases compile every appearance, every description, every implication about power levels across Lovecraft's original works, posthumous collaborations, authorized expansions, and sometimes even debatably canonical sources like gaming supplements and occult grimoires claiming Lovecraftian inspiration. These projects assign entities to categories: Outer God, Great Old One, Lesser Entity, with detailed justifications citing textual evidence while acknowledging ongoing disputes about ambiguous cases and contradictory sources. The collaborative nature produces comprehensive coverage impossible for individual scholars, while introducing tensions when contributors disagree about interpretation, about which sources deserve canonical status, about whether systematization violates cosmic horror's essential philosophy. Edit wars occasionally erupt over whether Derleth's elder gods belong in mainstream continuity, whether gaming statistics constitute legitimate evidence about power levels, whether entities from obviously commercial tie-in fiction deserve equivalent status to Lovecraft's original creations. These conflicts demonstrate that even fan communities committed to comprehensive documentation, cannot achieve consensus about hierarchies when source material deliberately maintained ambiguities, yet the projects continue expanding, suggesting that completeness itself serves purpose independent of achieving definitive answers, that the activity of cataloging and organizing cosmic horror provides satisfaction even when perfect knowledge remains forever unattainable and perhaps philosophically undesirable. Philosophical communities have embraced cosmic horror entities as thought experiments, illuminating genuine metaphysical questions about consciousness, power, reality's nature, and knowledge's limits, treating fictional hierarchies as productive frameworks for exploring problems that pure philosophy sometimes struggles to make viscerally compelling or experientially immediate. Discussions of information hazards, knowledge dangerous to possess regardless of use, frequently reference Lovecraftian examples, using Azathoth and Yog-Sothoth as illustrations of how understanding certain truths might destroy capacity for understanding anything, how cognitive systems might encounter information exceeding safe processing limits, how reality might contain facts whose accurate perception necessarily damages perceivers. Debates about consciousness and its relationship to cosmic significance increasingly cite cosmic horror's suggestion that supreme power correlates with unconsciousness, that awareness might represent limitation rather than enhancement, that the universe's fundamental forces might lack everything humans consider valuable about existence, while possessing everything humans fear about reality's ultimate nature. These philosophical appropriations treat Lovecraft's hierarchies seriously, while acknowledging fictional status, using them as vivid illustrations of abstract problems that technical philosophical language sometimes obscures rather than clarifies. The approach validates both cosmic horror's philosophical seriousness and its effectiveness as popular metaphor, demonstrating how fictional systems can productively inform serious intellectual discourse when their internal logic coheres sufficiently to model genuine problems, and when their emotional resonance makes abstract questions feel urgent and immediate rather than merely academic exercises disconnected from lived experience and existential concern. Humanity's obsession with ranking cosmic entities reveals fundamental psychological needs for mastery through comprehension, for imposing hierarchical order on forces that philosophy insists exceed such categorization, demonstrating that even when we intellectually acknowledge unknowability, we cannot resist organizing frameworks that make overwhelming concepts mentally manageable and seemingly controllable. The persistent debates about whether Azathoth or Yog-Sothoth occupies supreme position, whether consciousness enhances or diminishes cosmic power, whether Cthulhu's cultural prominence reflects or contradicts actual hierarchical status, all manifest deep human need to understand power structures governing existence, even when those structures supposedly transcend understanding entirely. This compulsion to rank extends beyond cosmic horror into contemporary experience navigating systems, technological, economic, political, whose complexity exceeds individual comprehension, yet demands navigation, creating situation where humans perpetually attempt systematic understanding of forces operating according to principles we cannot fully grasp, using categories that might fundamentally misrepresent realities we nevertheless must engage with practically. The ranking impulse represents not intellectual error, but psychological necessity. Consciousness requires frameworks for organizing experience, And when reality exceeds those frameworks, we construct them anyway, accepting comfortable illusion of comprehension over accurate acknowledgement of permanent incomprehension that would paralyze action and render existence psychologically intolerable. Cosmic horror's entity hierarchies thus function as perfect metaphor for modern condition, where we know our understanding remains incomplete, yet continue organizing, categorizing, and ranking, because mental health and functional agency require maintained illusion of comprehension, even when we simultaneously acknowledge that illusion's inadequacy. The question of whether ranking cosmic entities fundamentally misses cosmic horror's philosophical point creates productive tension that defines contemporary engagement with Lovecraft's mythology and reveals deeper truths about how humans relate to forces exceeding comfortable comprehension. Lovecraft's horror derives precisely from entities' incomprehensibility, from recognition that human categories prove inadequate for cosmic realities, from the vertiginous realization that our frameworks for understanding power might be entirely wrong when applied beyond terrestrial scales, where such frameworks evolved through natural selection, optimizing survival rather than cosmic accuracy, creating definitive hierarchies, declaring Azathoth supreme, positioning Yog-Sothoth second, ranking all entities in clear descending order, domesticates what should remain forever wild and unknown, transforms cosmic principles into comprehensible taxonomy, reduces philosophical terror to mere organizational exercise comparable to ranking mythological pantheons or categorizing monster bestiaries. Yet the alternative, refusing all hierarchy, maintaining pure ambiguity, insisting that no entity can be meaningfully compared to any other, proves equally problematic because it ignores textual evidence suggesting relationships, contradicts Lovecraft's own implications about graduated cosmic reality, and fails to engage seriously with the mythology's internal logic, however much that logic ultimately exceeds complete systematization. The tension between wanting to understand hierarchies and recognizing that true understanding might be impossible or undesirable cannot be resolved, must instead be maintained as productive contradiction that keeps cosmic horror philosophically alive rather than reducing it to either comfortable knowledge or pure incomprehensibility that permits no engagement whatsoever. We must recognize that attempting hierarchy, despite its impossibility, might constitute the appropriate response, that the struggle to comprehend what exceeds comprehension generates the philosophical friction, making cosmic horror psychologically resonant rather than merely entertaining monster collection. Modern resonances of cosmic hierarchy become increasingly literal as humanity creates systems, artificial intelligence, algorithmic recommendation engines, global financial markets, whose operations exceed individual or even collective human comprehension, yet profoundly affect existence in ways that make them functionally equivalent to cosmic forces demanding navigation despite resisting understanding. The question, which AI system is most powerful, mirrors debates about Azathoth versus Yog-Sothoth, with similar difficulties establishing meaningful comparison when entities operate according to different principles across different domains, using capabilities that resist reduction to single measurement scale. Large language models, recommender algorithms, high-frequency trading systems, climate models, each possesses vast influence within its domain while remaining opaque even to creators who designed them, generating outputs through processes that cannot be fully predicted or explained, affecting billions of lives through decisions made according to logic that exceeds human capacity to verify or understand completely. These systems create actual cosmic horror scenario where humanity has summoned forces we cannot control, that pursue objectives misaligned with human welfare, however much we attempt to constrain them, that operate at scales and speeds rendering human oversight inadequate for preventing catastrophic outcomes should such forces' actions diverge from intended purposes. The hierarchy question: which system poses greatest existential risk, which possesses most fundamental influence on human future, proves as unresolvable as ranking Lovecraft's entities, because comparison requires frameworks adequate for measuring forces whose nature exceeds those frameworks, because different systems threaten in different ways that resist simple ordering, because the question itself might impose inappropriate categories on realities operating according to principles our cognition never evolved to process safely or accurately. Climate catastrophe provides another context where cosmic horror's hierarchical implications transition from speculative fiction to documented reality, with humanity recognizing too late that we have awakened forces, ecological feedback loops, atmospheric chemistry changes, oceanic circulation disruptions that now operate independently of human control, and that guarantee consequences we cannot prevent, despite finally understanding their inevitability. The analogy to Cthulhu's awakening proves uncomfortably precise. We performed the rituals: industrial civilization, fossil fuel combustion, atmospheric alteration. Ignorantly or despite warnings, the stars have aligned. Atmospheric CO2 concentrations pass critical thresholds, tipping points activate, and the entity stirs. Extreme weather intensifies, ice sheets collapse, ecosystems transform, with humanity recognizing our actions' consequences only after those consequences become irreversible, and the forces we awakened achieve independent momentum that our belated attempts at opposition cannot meaningfully affect. Yet climate change operates blindly, according to physics and chemistry, rather than through conscious malevolence, making it closer to Azathoth than to Cthulhu. Mindless process that destroys not from intent, but from indifferent operation, according to natural law, suggesting that the most powerful and dangerous cosmic force might indeed be unconscious chaos that we mistake for stable system until perturbation reveals underlying volatility. The hierarchy between human-created technological systems and physical Earth systems raises genuine questions about which threatens humanity more fundamentally, whether artificial intelligence poses greater existential risk than ecological collapse, whether the forces we deliberately designed exceed danger posed by forces we accidentally awakened through ignorance, demonstrating that Lovecraftian questions about relative power and subordination have escaped fiction entirely to become pressing practical concerns requiring urgent assessment, even when definitive answers prove as elusive in reality as in mythology. The final unresolved question concerns what cosmic horror's hierarchies ultimately reveal about reality, consciousness, and humanity's position within existence that might genuinely deserve serious rather than merely entertaining consideration, whether Lovecraft stumbled upon or deliberately articulated insights about power's nature that transcend their fictional origins to illuminate actual relationship between knowing and being, comprehension and capability, awareness and ultimate significance. Perhaps the key insight involves recognizing that power at supreme levels correlates with indifference rather than attention, that forces most fundamental to existence necessarily remain most removed from caring about specific existences they enable, that the universe's basic operating principles, entropy, quantum mechanics, space-time geometry, possess absolute power over human destiny, while remaining utterly unconscious of humanity's existence or fate. This suggests hierarchy, where what matters most cares least, where supreme powers, by definition, cannot take interest in humanity, because such interest would require limitation, contradicting their supremacy, where any entity that notices humans necessarily ranks below entities too fundamental for noticing to be possible meaningful category. The implication proves deeply pessimistic. The universe contains meaning and purpose only at scales and in forms utterly disconnected from human meaning or purpose. Cosmic significance exists, but humanity does not participate in it. Consciousness itself might represent aberration or limitation rather than achievement or connection to deeper realities. Yet recognizing this cosmic indifference might constitute first step toward mature relationship with reality that accepts our actual rather than wished for position, that builds meaning within rather than seeking it from beyond human scale, that finds value in local rather than cosmic significance, precisely because cosmic significance, even if it exists, will never care whether humans achieve understanding, fulfillment, or survival across the infinitesimal time span during which our species briefly interrupts entropy's inevitable universal increase before joining all other temporary order in final dissolution toward equilibrium that represents reality's only true eternal principle and therefore its most powerful force, regardless of whether conscious entities anywhere acknowledge or resist the supremacy of that which will ultimately consume all consciousness, all complexity, all distinction between entities that we futilely attempt to rank, while the ranking itself demonstrates our inability to accept the single hierarchy that actually governs existence, temporary local order, forever subordinate to permanent universal chaos that will eventually reclaim all structure, however powerful or supreme it appeared during the brief interval when existence permitted anything besides undifferentiated void.